dropping bombs. Yeah, we see in the light. Aliens dancing in the club, lights flashing bright. 90s vibe, hammer time. We moving left to right, back and forth on the floor. Feel the bass in your chest. Trendy flows, top charts. We the best of the best.
UFO, UFO, calling you riding high. SNX radio, truth can't deny. Beyond disclosure, we dancing all night. 90s hip hop club, ready feel the light.
Back and forth, move your feet. Trendy top hit, can't be beat.
UFO, UFO, let's take flight. Disclosures here, party under the lights.
From Area 51 to the streets of the city, Coley spitting facts, making history pretty. SNX waves hitting every frequency. Beyond truth, more secrecy. Hip hop dance, slide and glide like it's 92. Club bumping, everybody feeling new. Back and forth with the crew, arms up in the air. Trendy kings, top dogs, we everywhere.
UFO, UFO, calling you riding high. SNX radio, truth can't deny. Beyond disclosure, we dancing all night. 90s hip hop club, ready feel the light.
Back and forth, move your feet. Trendy top hit, can't be beat.
UFO, UFO, let's take flight. Disclosures here, party under the lights.
Yo, slow it down, feel the beat drop low. UFO signals calling, time to go, but we ain't leaving yet. Party's just begun, disclosure dancing under the moon and sun. Back to the flow, speed it up once more. ColeyUFO, opening every door. Final verse hitting hard like a meteor crash. SNX radio legends making that splash beyond the veil. Truth out, no more hide. 90s style eternal. Take it in stride. Club ready, trendy top. We on the scene. Back and forth forever, living the dream. UFO crew, disclosure relief. Hip hop kings, can't touch this heat.
UFO, UFO, calling you riding high. SNX radio, truth can't deny. Beyond disclosure, we dancing all night. 90s hip hop club, ready feel the vibe. UFO, calling you riding high. SNX radio, truth can't deny. Beyond disclosure, we dancing all night. 90s hip hop club, ready feel the ColeyUFO on SNX radio. Whole room lean when the signal goes. Miya StarFire got that spark on glow. Two names hit and the code it folds. ColeyUFO, don't leave me low. Miya StarFire, let the whole thing roll. Hands in the sky, let the rumor show. One more second, then we all go. ColeyUFO, beat me up.
Clock it to 10. Cryptid crew. Let's go. Big guy got my back. What's up? 1, 2, 4. Pops with the click, stories come alive. Lori flamethrower, Cyndy tread a ride. Kieth 675, electric night. Cryptid crew take over, we own the night. Howl at the moon, howl at the moon. We shine so bright, feel the unified light. SNX on blast, we running the whole night. Miya, StarFire, light it up, girl. My UFO, beat me up world. Running with the big guy, clicks cutting clean. Big man watching over me, living the dream. Pops you blessed, I'm flamethrower hot. Sorry, roast and scratches, give it all you got. Keep dog man electric, feel the power flow. Cyndy road trip, shaking, turn on the go. City thumbed up, how we dance floor, knock stick rolls. We want more, I need bull ringing. Spiders show the way, spirit web shining bright every day. My StarFire, light it up, pump the crew. Calling me up, critic coming through. To protect their own and we meet them with force. We stay on course, feel the love in full force. Pops with the click, stories come alive. Lori flamethrower, sing the tread and ride. Kieth 675, electric night. Cryptid crew take over, we own the night. Feel that pressure drop, eyes in the trees. Trailer on the road, singing bold please. Big man watching over me, deep in the family. Heart to heart forever, you and me. Cool, heart forever, you're powering right now, drop it hard. Now drop it Pops, clicks, big guy watching. Arms glow, protect the crew. Give electric power flow. Flame on, singing bold spiders glow. No trip, knock, trying to shake the floor. My StarFire, light it up more. UFO, beat me up, let's go. Whoop, whoop, big man got me on the low. We eat, we grow, we never sleep, let's go. Whoop, whoop, click, click, grow. Flame on repeat, yeah. Pops with the click, stories come alive. Lori flamethrower, Cyndy tread a ride. Kieth 675, now the electric night. Cryptid crew take over, we own the night. Pops with the click, stories come alive. Lori flamethrower, Cyndy tread a ride. Kieth 675, now the electric night. Cryptid crew take over, we own the night.
Static in my headset, Coley, you there? Blips on the radar, blinking too slow. I said, if you see that glow, you better send me in the air.
I'm tuned in, channel in my veins. Little gold ring with your code in the chain. Flicker in the sky like it's tapping my brain. You say ready and I answer, say my name.
Coley, you online?
Read you clear across the line.
Got a signal in the dust above. Hit that switch, you know what I love.
Beat me up, Coley. Don't leave me on the ground like that. Beat me up, slowly. Then drop me when the bass hits back. I call you there.
I rise through the air. Together in the dark, we align like a code. Beat me up, let the whole world know. I'm the voice in the wise when the floor goes black. Heartbeat hitting with the kick on track. See a flash in your eyes when the rhythm snaps back. I say Coley to control and you answer like that.
I feel you in the low end, pulling me close. Every step I take, you already know. Hands in the air, crowd moving slow. Then you flip that switch and I start
mic and I cut through the light. Hey!
Beat me up, Coley. Don't leave me on the ground like that. Beat me up slowly, then drop me when the bass hits back.
I call you there. I rise through the air. Together in the dark, we align like a code. Beat me up, let the whole world know.
We all got booted for some reason. StreamYard is acting up again. Can y'all hear me now? Can y'all hear me in chat? All right, good. StreamYard is booting us like crazy. I want to start out with saying welcome everybody and welcome to the new people. I see a lot of people in there that's new. And hopefully Coley will be back in a few minutes. And Miya will be back in a few minutes. Like I said, we're getting booted like crazy. We've got a lot of people, a lot of things going on. We've got Lori Ladd backstage. We're going to bring her up.
Hi.
We've got Cyndy, she's going to be here. Everybody knows her as
Hi.
Bigfoot Fans 33.
How do?
And evidently Miya can't get back in. And Coley can't get back in. So I'm going to go ahead and bring up Roger. Y'all, everybody knows Roger Holler.
Peace,
Howdy,
Roger.
From SNX Radio.
How y'all doing?
Before we get started, I do want to say some things. Kieth was supposed to be on the panel tonight. His wife is in the hospital and not doing good, so everybody please keep them in your prayers and keep Miya and her in your prayers. She's been out. This is her first night back, and Streamyard's not letting her come back. A lot of other people are sick, so keep them in your prayers, please. Hopefully, Coley will be back here in a few minutes. She is having a lot of problems. Do what?
Miya said she's going to try her phone to get on. What do y'all think? I got myself all diddied up today. What do y'all think in chat? I did this just for Roger because he's
The
a country
Lone
boy.
Ranger. Yeah.
How y'all
What
doing?
bank did you rob?
I can't tell you that. I got 4 cents out of the bank, though. That's all I can say.
Okay.
Chester here says hi.
And Roger said as long as he didn't have to sit by Lori, so Lori's up in the top corner and Roger's in the bottom corner.
Oh, so you
No,
stuck
we-
me next to Roger. Okay, Roger, we got this.
Yeah, he said he didn't want to sit next to me.
I don't blame him.
I can't.
Oh,
Can y'all see me? I keep getting.
yeah.
I
like
can
and
see you. Can you
subscribe.
see me? You can't see me because I'm incognito.
She's
That's-
planning. She's planning the robbery. That's what it is.
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. We don't know what's going on. StreamYard is just totally messing everybody up. It kicked Coley out first, then it kicked Miya out, and then it kicked me out. And it's just back and forth. We don't know what's going on. So we'll just have to deal with it until maybe StreamYard will straighten out here in a few minutes. And we had a big bio on Roger to read, but Coley's got it. And guess what? Coley's not here. So I'm just going to let Roger introduce himself and tell us a little about himself.
Well, oh man, you put the pressure on me. So I guess the ones that don't know, a lot of people in chat know.
Hey, Roger, didn't mean to interrupt. We can just barely hear you.
Everything
Okay.
should be cool on my end.
Speak up, young man. Speak up.
Can no?
Well, it was.
Can you hear me?
Just barely.
can- That's just Cindy. Cindy's deaf. I can hear you, and I'm deaf. Oh, get out.
Okay.
Continue. Don't worry about me. Continue.
Oh, you're all right. So I guess I just, we've got the show called Squatchin Holler on Untold Radio Network, and I started that over 3 years ago, and it's a learning. We're talking backstage. I had to learn how to do it, and basically I got into it to learn more. I've had a lot of stuff happen in my life. Thank goodness not all the time, or I'd be in a home somewhere. But I started my show because I found some other shows that I was in chat, and it felt like that I'd met my people, right? So and ended up becoming friends with a lot of y'all, and that's about it. I don't know. I wasn't prepared for that. I'm sorry.
Well,
I did 5 hours worth of shows yesterday, so my voice is a little gravelly too. So
You're just a softie.
I know.
none of us was prepared for what happened. Like I said, we had a bio on you, and Coley's got it, and then she got booted and evidently can't get back in.
Uh-oh.
So none of us was prepared for what's going on tonight.
That's okay. We can rock and roll this show. We don't need adult
That's-
supervision.
That's right. That's right. But I wanted Miya and Coley to be here to hear what Roger had to say. If y'all don't know Roger, a lot of you do by chat, by shows, but I know him personally. I've known him for several years now, and Roger's a good guy. If you ever get the chance to go to a meet and greet or a conference where he's at, you need to jump on it and go meet him.
Very genuine young man he is.
Oh, well, thank y'all. I'm lazy, so if I think I used to say it takes effort to be a butthole, and it's easier to be nice to everybody. So
Well, you fit in just fine with us.
Yeah, you're right. It's easier to be nice, and you don't got to worry about remembering what you said and what you did. If you just be yourself and be nice and tell the truth all the time.
Yeah, and that's some advice I got early on. What was cool was bigger shows, host. You'd meet them, and they would come up and give you advice, and it was really a lot of help. But the main thing all of them said was just be yourself. If you're yourself, the people that enjoy it will hang around, and the people that don't will go somewhere else, and that's just the way it is. But it's been a fun ride. I love doing shows like this. It takes the pressure off, because when I'm doing my own, I'm trying to think of questions and you listening and watching chat and all that. But I really do enjoy the show, and I want to give y'all credit. I don't know when exactly I found this show, but I try to come in and stay for a little while, because I enjoy being in chat and getting y'all back. Y'all pick with me so I can pick with y'all while I'm in chat.
Pick away, young man. Pick away.
Yeah, in case y'all don't know, I pick on Roger all the time, and every time we get together, even on his shows, I'll tell him, "Hey, Roger, you got one behind you," and he'll come unglued about it.
No, really, you do, Roger. You've got one behind you, really.
I know. Hey, y'all, I got to point this out. I changed my Squatchin Holler logo for this show. It says Pops Holler.
That's cool. Hey, is that a picture of you or a Pops? Which is it?
That's a mixture between me and Gary.
Oh, dear Lord, I feel sorry for your mama.
What did you do, Gary? You kicked everybody out?
I know and I'm trying to get them to come back, but StreamYard's not letting them come back.
It was planned.
There's Coley. Guess what? Coley finally made it back.
Made it
What's
back
up,
in.
Coley?
Well, welcome, Coley.
I still can't hear. Hold on one second.
Uh-oh.
We can hear
You're
you.
muted.
There we go. Sorry.
We started without you, Coley.
Thank God. Thank
We're
God.
talking about you. Are your ears burning?
Oh, how the tables have turned. How the tables have turned. Cyndy.
Coley, you missed the heist.
My internet, I don't know. It was my internet. But I was supposed to already be moved by now, as you guys all know. So I'm a little out of sorts, and apparently every time. So I'm just gonna kind of sit here and figure out. We've got a whole new StreamYard, so I kind of throw me off a little bit, but I apologize. Yeah. So I'm just be right back, but I'll be here. Thank you.
If y'all see a sudden white flash here, we're expecting a thunderstorm. So
That's what's going on here.
Yeah.
Somebody hold me. I'm scared of storms.
You guys are getting a thunderstorm too? That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
Well,
No, we had it this
we
morning.
had it this morning. We're in Missouri, and we've got flooding, and a tornado touched down just about 8 miles from the house last night, early this morning. So, hey, we're rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I've had troubles with StreamYard before, and it's a pain, especially when you go live. And one night I had to tell everybody to go out, and I made another show link and got everybody in at work. But that was horrible. It takes you a few minutes to get that done.
You've had to do that, and several other people have had to do that on other shows. And I was beginning to think we was going to have to do that. Well, Coley got it again. So it looks like it's going to be one of those nights, people. You'll just have to excuse all the problems and put up with it for the night.
I just have one small complaint, Gary.
I can't do nothing about that being in front of you.
I'm behind all the chat, so I can be incognito all I want.
That's right. That's what I said. I can't do nothing about it, though.
Here, I'll scooch over. That way you can see my loveliness.
Now, that's where Coley comes in. I still haven't learned how to operate this stuff yet.
It should be.
Hello, Lori lad. How are you tonight?
I'm fine.
Is Cootie getting you?
Look who's back again.
Welcome back,
Cody.
Coley.
Yeah, well, I couldn't see everything because I wasn't logged in. So that's why I couldn't do anything, and it went to log in and then it shot me back out. So it'll just take me a minute and I'll get this all taken care of. But until then, what did I miss? Catch me up.
We can't tell you.
Nothing. Just Cyndy griping because chat's right in front of her and hiding her.
You can't
Oh,
see me
Cindy
now.
hiding? Why are you hiding, Cindy?
Because the chat's in front of my face. Chat's right there. See that? I've got words on my face. They've been tattooed.
Oh, I thought Pops. Oh, I'm joking. There it is.
Oh my Lord, there I am in all of my glory.
There you are.
It drives me crazy when that happens sometimes, and I always try but yeah, I didn't see it down there. Is
See, I don't
Maya
know.
make it on okay, or does she have issue too?
I sent her to the link again, and she said she's not able to get on it, I guess.
There's a lot of if anybody else across the country is in the storm, I don't know what's brewing, but it definitely seems like something's brewing out there. I haven't really checked anything, but did everybody say hello in chat? I don't know. Did I miss all that?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Well,
Hadn't said hello to everybody.
What do you say? Let's get on it.
Let's get on it. I'll start at the top, and you guys want to go? We'll team. We got this. I'll make sure I'm at the top though. I don't want to lead you guys astray. But yeah, we got Vale, Andrew, Standing Stones, Amy Girls in the house. Nice to see you. Amanda's Crazy Life channel. Welcome. Catherine, fabulous. Welcome. Oh, we got Cindy. She's on the panel. That's Bigfoot Fans 33. Diane, beam me up. I love that, Diane. Keep going. Okay, Cindy, I'm sorry. You go ahead.
Midwest Night Watchers are in the house, of course. Hello, my beautiful friends. Val is in here. Hey, Amy, love you. Mwah. Blackie, of course, and his beautiful wife, Erica. What about that, Amanda? How you doing? DJ Piper. Benno Winno is here. Let's see, who else we got? Oh, Wendell. You've been Wendelled, man.
Two shadows just come in. Robbie Farrell's here. Barbara Mora's here.
Skitter. Pops is going to get you on the move. Eric, great to see you. Roger Blair. Roger Blair. Sorry, he was moving. Shelly Montgomery, it's great to see you. Man, I just went past my own thing here. Now I'm moving too fast. Bounty Hunter, or Bounty Hunt Bear, I think. Manco. I apologize for that. And we have G from over Midwest Night Watchers. Great to see you. Daryl, great to see you. Blackie, we have Blackie, and we have BJ. Welcome. Anybody? Do you guys have some from the bottom?
John Allen. Yeah, John Allen's in here, and
Oh, that crazy Andrew from Andrew Trucking.
Yeah.
Is in here. He's wearing pants tonight, from what we hear.
Andrew,
Just,
no pants.
he said he beamed them over to Coley or to Maya. So, Maya, hurry up and get on here and save us.
Yeah, run
Standing
for your life.
Stones is in the house tonight. Larry Luttrell and Larry B. I can't remember his last name. He's here.
Now I have B. Mora and Sandra, and it's great to see everybody. It's always fun when the chat's doing this, and it's always fun.
We got some new people tonight. Gerald and Jane, we done said.
Okay.
Littlefoot is in the house. And then Ashes Antics is in the house.
Oh,
Martha.
Ashes. Yeah.
Martha's in the background.
Yeah, Littlefoot has come over. He was on in the shows last night. And I told him when I announced this show's going to be here, and he's come over to watch us.
Well, that's awesome. You're definitely worth the watch. That's for sure.
I'm
And
hoping to get him on the show one of these days.
we'll have to put him on the spot. Hey, Littlefoot, do you want to come on the show? Joking.
Who
We'll
wouldn't
wait
wanna be
for
on
your
the show?
answer. No, I'm joking. Yeah, well, some people
Roger,
they
how
get
did we suck you into being on the show? I mean, welcome, Roger.
yeah,
Berex. Everybody forgot Berex. He's here. I am Berex. He's a good friend from out of Canada.
I think I got him. Didn't I?
Hey.
Oh, did you?
I thought I did. Yeah,
I'm gonna eat a grape. Y'all don't mind me.
You're good. Yeah. So we have Roger over here from Squatchin Holler. Roger, welcome to our panel. As you see, we always like to get things off on the right track here.
Oh, no, Coley, you change things around. You're going to have to change it back. You can't have Roger sitting next to Lori. That was one of the stipulations of him coming on the show.
But he did what?
No.
He's
That's-
There you go. There you go.
Now we got Roger sandwiched right in the middle.
There we go.
There you go.
Thank you, Gary. I wasn't gonna say nothing.
He'll tell you later.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how to change that around. Y'all going to have to teach me how to do that.
I've already seen her do things that I don't even know how to do, and I'm like, I got to look this up.
Oh gosh.
Good job. Good job, Cole.
no, it's
Oh.
just a little trick.
Before I forget, tomorrow night at 5 Central on Coley's show and on SNX Radio, Tennessee, Kentucky Bigfoot and his son will be on the show as guests tonight, tomorrow.
Woo! Oh, and a son.
Hey.
How cool is that?
Yeah, and y'all need to come watch because it's gonna be a good show.
Very cool.
Yeah, Matt's channel is called Logically Insane.
What an
Hey, that's
awesome
right up
channel,
our
man.
alley, right there. That is right up our alley. I like that. That'll be a fun show. TKB and his son. That's cool. I didn't know that his son was into
Yeah.
it.
Oh yeah, and I'm not going to give away any secrets because you're going to find out a lot of things tomorrow night if you come watch. And Coley, we done had Roger introduce himself since you wasn't here to give his bio.
I didn't do a very good job.
Yeah, Roger, now you have a show. I have to tell you, Pop's got me over to your channel, and I absolutely love Amanda's your daughter that you do the show with, right?
No, I've actually never met Amanda in person.
Oh, you've never met Amanda?
No, she's in North Georgia, not too far away, and she works at the Expedition Bigfoot Museum in what's the name of that little town? Y'all know what the name of the town? It's in North Georgia, but that's David Bacara, and so she takes Bigfoot reports most of the day.
Oh, I was
talks
gonna say
about-
you look really young, but I know somebody maybe Pops did as a joke or something, but I remember
Well-
I thought somebody told me. I was like, man, but yeah, no, I apologize. Go.
No,
Go
you're
on.
good. My son was in chat goofing around, so that might have I was on Chad and Erica's show yesterday, and they're like, "Oh, we should have Peyton on. They've met him before." I said, "He'll get y'all kicked off all social media. You don't get him. That's why you don't come on my show." But but
Does
no,
he come
I asked-
out on outings with you, or is it just either you
Yeah,
kind of go one
we-
way or the other, where they run, they don't want to hear about it anymore, or they're like right there,
Well,
ready to roll?
how that got started. I had an incident when I was 14 years old where, a Bigfoot stepped out in front of me. I saw it for 30 seconds. I saw it walk up a hill. It had turned and looked at me. And, I've told my story before, but it was just, I didn't know whether to run. I didn't know what to do. And I'd heard some things, but I didn't know anything about Bigfoot, back in 85. Now people who have an encounter now and they go search, there's a lot of information, a lot of people to talk to. Back then, there was nobody to talk to. And even now, some of the older people know what I'm doing, and they're coming to me privately and say, "Hey, that ridge over here, I had this happen." And it's way more than what I thought
What
it was.
year was it that you
19
started?
When I first saw the first Bigfoot, it was
Mm-hmm.
1985. I was 14.
Oh, wow. That just,
And
when you
it
said it
was
like that, that just dawned on me because mine in 2017 seems, I had to Google it and I stumbled upon MUFON, but I can't imagine back then you had probably nothing or nowhere to turn with that then.
no.
Wow.
I don't even think MK Davis had stabilized the patty film yet. I think I saw it and it was real shaky one time. I don't know if it was at the movies. I don't remember. Maybe it was on TV. And even then, and people still now, that was on the West Coast where I'm in Tennessee. So, you have something happen that shakes you up and you're seeing something that don't exist. It twists your mind up, and people, they'll say, well, the first thing I noticed, the truth is your very first time, the first thing you notice is everything all at once. That's why it's a brain scramble. Cause I had seen my dad walk from up there a lot of times coming back from hunting. He was like 5'8", 5'9". And as soon as this thing stepped out, I knew it was massive. But it didn't, I always, after seeing the patty film stabilized, I knew mine didn't look exactly like that. It didn't have it looked more athletic. It was more trim. And of course, people thought, well, how much did it weigh? I have no idea. I've never weighed a Bigfoot. I can tell you what a hog looks like, or, about how much it weighs, or a deer or whatever. I've never seen a Bigfoot on the scale, so I have no point of reference. But I almost ran, and for some reason I didn't. And I saw it walk up this hill. It was really thick grass, intertwined. And it took me 5 to 10 minutes approximately to walk up that hill. It went up it in like less than 10 seconds. No trouble at all. It was stepping over the grass, like a kind of like a walking horse motion. Back was almost straight. And because I was an outdoors kid, I knew what I looked like trying to walk up through there, and
Yeah.
so, and, I had, when I was really, really young, we lived in a haunted house, and
Oh,
we lived
wow.
and we lived in a couple houses that had things going on. But, when you're young, that's just part of life. And, like my mom and my aunt were scared, but I never had anything really bad happen other than a recurring nightmare. I had some other things happen, but I didn't know to be scared at that age, 2 and 3 years old.
So you remember going back, because my first memory of the paranormal is 4, like probably maybe like right in there, but you never ever forget it. It's so very
No.
chilling. So have you always been like a medium able to communicate?
I don't know if that's the case. I do know I found out that I'm sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a BS meter that's pretty tuned in with people.
Oh, yeah.
I've had things happen to me where I was about to do something and I couldn't, and because I couldn't, it saved my life. So I don't know what that is. That's happened probably 5 or 6 times. It was pretty serious, but I did learn. I've gone against that a couple of times and I either got in trouble or got hurt. So now if I get that feeling, I pay attention to it. But I didn't know. I mean,
It's all a part of it. Did you know that?
I
I go into extensive research in the UFO phenomenon. It is anyway. Like I drove with a dead man, and that was like one of the first times time slowed down. It's kind of like it emulates, through that trauma, it emulates kind of a near death experience, and I think it takes you closer to it. Is the way that it's what I believe. I don't know. Now
Well-
you could feel totally different about it, but
Well, the only thing that I've said that I can't figure out, I always say I don't know if I'm open-minded because I saw a Bigfoot, or I saw a Bigfoot because I'm open-minded. I don't
Right.
know, which came first, and you fast forward about 3 years, and I saw a legit UFO. There's no doubt.
I know you have. I can
yeah.
already I can pick it up on you. I promise I can. I know one of my own kind. That's why I was like, I got really excited for a second. Definitely.
Well, and I used to have deja vu all the time, and the one that scared me was about 20 seconds long. I woke up from a dream. I'm like, what in the world? What circumstances would put me in my uncle's bathroom with my female cousin shaving with a pink razor? And then within the month, the situation happened. And I had this goofy look on my face in the mirror when I woke in, and, you know, I heard what was going on. Well, when I looked up in the mirror, when it was actually happened, I had that same stupid look on my face. And I turned to her. I said, Stephanie, listen, Rachel and Mike are going to come out of the back bedroom. They're going to be arguing. He's going to say this. She's going to say this.
Oh, yeah.
And then they're going to go through the door, shut the door, and something's going to fall off the table and hit the floor. It's real heavy. I don't know anything after that. And it happened exactly like I.
Wow.
Now she was scared of me for a long time, and I was scared of me too. But I tell you, it got so frequent that I just prayed. I said, God, please take this away. I don't know
It
what
comes
it is.
with
It
a
scares
hefty
me.
burden, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not fun because then you don't know whether, you know, you're having a dream and it's just a dream. You know, it scares you.
It's
But
hard
is
to decipher sometimes
Mhm.
between what will happen and what we feed into, because like you said before, and what I found is that in order to see something, you have to believe it's possible. That power of belief is so intense at that moment. But that's just where I'm at with my stuff. But
Yeah.
that's fascinating. Wow.
So, and what it causes, just like you, when this happens to you at a young age, as long as you're alive, you keep seeking answers. You know, that's why I started a show about, you know, the Bigfoot is to learn more, because there was such a void for 35 years. You know, I would see Monster Quest and these other shows, and I would be locked in, and then of course, you know, finding Bigfoot. And I realized really quickly that was mostly entertainment, but there was some things that was exposed to a lot of us to make us not feel crazy. But the thing was, my son was about, I don't remember exactly what age, he was about 13 or 14. And it was just us here at this house, and I was cooking, making lunch, and I heard something. He was on his phone, and I heard a sound, and I didn't know the TV show Finding Bigfoot existed. And I peeked around the corner. I said, what are you listening to? Because he's my animal sound guy. I don't care if it's somewhere in the Galapagos Islands or it's in Kentucky. He's always been that type person. You know, he really loves that. But I'm like, what are you listening to? And he went off talking about Moneymaker and the how and all that. And I'm like, hold up. So you're telling me that's supposed to be a Bigfoot? He said, yeah. I said, I need to tell you something. I've heard that like a half a dozen times back when I was 13 and 14. Didn't know what it was, but that's the first time I ever remember feeling a sound, you know, from 500-600 yards away, you know. And then once I started figuring out some things, then I'll go back to the stuff that happened to me before the sighting. And, you know, Verax is in chat here. He had something similar happen. I was going hunting one day. It was snowing, and we don't get a lot of snow in Tennessee. And it was on a Friday night. So Saturday morning, I'm like, yeah, I'm going. And because it's beautiful, you know, hunting in the snow. Well, I'm coming up the trail. I walked up, you know, a million times. I was about to cross a field into the woods, and I looked into the woods across the field. And of course they were darker because it was overcast and all the white snow, but it felt darker. And so I'm looking around, you know, I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And all of a sudden I stopped, looked around, and I went to take a step forward, and I couldn't. And it was my right foot. I was trying to pick my foot up, and I'm like, what is that? And I'm like, and me being, you know, young, you know, oh, don't punk out. You're just being scared, you know? And I tried it, you know, 2 or 3 more times, and I couldn't. And so I had this feeling, you know, people say dread, foreboding. It's all of that. I felt like if I went into those woods, and I think I might have thought it, if you go in there, you're not coming out for whatever reason.
Oh, yeah.
So in my head, I don't know why I did it. I said, if you'll let me go, I'll turn around with my right foot and I'll go home and I won't come back today. And when I said that, I don't know whether it was in my mind, but it's like, and I did exactly what I promised. And I go back to the house. I was all excited to go hunting, and my daddy didn't get to go that morning. He was still home. I walk in and they're looking at me like, did you get one already? Or, you know, and no, well, why'd you come back so early? And I just said, I didn't know what to say. What do you tell somebody? You know, like something wouldn't let me go. And so I just said something like, you know, oh, it's cold out there. And I went straight to my bedroom. I didn't tell them, you know, what happened. And so as you have these things happen, Coley, like you have, you get to doubting yourself.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, but once you find your crew, all the people in chat,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and you can bounce ideas or even learn things. I started because of the Bigfoot thing, because that's how I kind of got into that. But I've learned so much. I've learned so much about nature. You know, I finally figured out that paranormal is really normal most of the time. You know what I mean?
Yes.
It's just, it's not, it's a lot of it's science. Some things, you know, is natural, and I've become less scared. The more I've learned, that I've become less scared, and I feel like I'm in control, you know, and I say a prayer or whatever happens. I'm good on that end. Right. So if I do get scooped up or squashed or something, I'm going to be okay. And I think that comes with maturity and getting older. But like you asked if my son ever went with me. Yes, my wife goes with us.
Oh, cool.
And we've got into situations, me and him especially, where we have access to two different properties, one anytime and the other one during like hunting season. And they're on the opposite end of the county. Some things started happening. I started hearing things, and I'm like, uh-oh. You know, and not only Bigfoot related, but, you know, we've orbs, multiple orbs, different colors, different types in this one area. There's a lot of rock. There's a limestone and quartz and very little topsoil, and there's a river close by, a big river. So it's got all of the, you know, ingredients that you need to have stuff like that happen. But once I figured out that we were dealing with at least one Bigfoot, we started going too much. And I feel like we wore out our welcome. And one day we went in and it had just drizzled rain. So the floor, of the woods, leaves, it was, you know, coming out of the winter. So if it had been dry, you couldn't have been quiet, but it was damp. And we ran 7 deer off within 20, 25 yards of it. And we never heard the first stick break. We never heard the first crunch of leaves or anything. And we just watched them leave. And going back later and thinking about it, they may have been being hunted and we interrupted it because we went in. I took a rake. I was going to clean out. I picked out a little tree and I was going to rake out a big area in case something stepped in to grab the apple. I might get a track, right? So we've got a few tools with us, and we've got our weapons with us, but those are for things that like to bite people. It's not really. Now I go in, I say, yes, I have something with me, but it's not for you. We're not here to hurt you or whatever. I've learned that from people like Gary. And, but so that day, we had picked out the area and where we'd heard things and seen weird things. And I had my phone recording, and all of a sudden it was quiet. All of a sudden, you know what broke loose, and about 50 to 60 yards through the woods, just out of sight, something started picking up 20, 30-pound rocks and throwing them through the woods, and we could hear it slapping limbs as it went and then bounce and roll. And we had what we thought it was screaming way off in the distance at our 11 o'clock. Found out later, somebody went over the audio for me. Mark Newbill did, and it actually screamed 4 times, but it was, they think it was a young one. And so what I think was happening was the mom was in front of us, and then Peyton, I told him to watch our back because I thought we might be being distracted. He turned around and said, "Oh no." So, but the one that was in front of us was pacing in a circle, and I could hear the footsteps, not the leaves, the steps, and it was mumbling like it was somebody was mad. And we could hear it. You can hear on the video. I'm like, listen. But every time before something happened, we could hear it. And going back and listening to it, I believe 2 times he or she picked up a log that was on the ground and drug it to it. You hear it dragging, and then you would grunt and hit the tree, and the end of the log would come off and helicopter through the woods and do the same thing the rock would do. It would hit trees, hit limbs, and then it would hit the ground and bounce a little bit. I didn't know what to do. I've got my son here. You know, he can take care of himself. I'm like, we done got in a mess, and I didn't know what to do. So I went. I don't know why I did this. I said, Peyton, it kind of like the Ghostbusters Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Peyton, clear your mind. You know, that's exactly what I did. Clear your mind. And he's like, okay. And I said, and I didn't tell him to do this. He set his rifle down. I didn't tell him to do that. But what we heard, the huff, growl, and air coming out of the nostrils, the one time it huff growled at us, was so immense that I shriveled up. I'm like, there's not enough guns in the world to protect me from what I just heard. And so that's when I started thinking, okay, how do we get out of this? Peyton, clear your mind. He sets his rifle down. And I said out loud, I held my hands up. I said, we're not here to hurt you. We're just curious. We're going to leave you some things, and we don't want to be hurt either. So,
Oh, good way. Yes.
when I
yes.
said that, there was some tree breaks, some green live sapling trees that had been broken. There was one more, just loud. It just broke, just a high pressure break, and the woods went quiet. And I said, and I knew what I felt, but I'm one to try to confirm. You know, if I'm standing there with Gary, if I hear something, see, Gary, what did you just see? I want to know that he saw the same thing. So I said, Peyton, what are you feeling right now? He said, this sounds crazy, but as soon as you said that, the whole feel of the woods changed. I said, it did. Hey, you're right. I felt it too. Now, since that time, we haven't had the family, but the younger one has thrown stuff at us, oh my God, one night we took a non-believer with us, and it was my wife, Heather, Peyton, and then his girlfriend at the time, and me. And I had recorders out. We had a fire going. Nothing happened for 3 hours or so. So I turned everything off and was getting ready to put the fire out. Something jumped out behind us with about 30 yards in the dark in the field with us. And it was one of the most, the only way I can describe it, and it sounds horrible. It sounded like a male human for a split second until it went high, and it tailed off. And I don't know how long it was, but the girl that was with him told some of the people at the meet and greet later, she wouldn't talk about it, but she did there. She said, it's absolutely the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. And so when people say, well, what did it sound like? Y'all, this is graphic, but I'm trying to paint a picture here. I said, imagine if you take somebody and tie them to a tree and play, you know, like Taylor Swift for a week and torture them and then like try to saw their leg off. And they're like, oh my God. I said, that's the reaction I had right there. That's what I was looking for. It was so, it wasn't human. I can't explain it. It was.
We played Gary's on here one day, and it was blood. Like, I didn't think I could ever possibly hear anything that sounded like this. It was so crazy.
Yes.
Jean has to turn her audio down. Like, people's dogs go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it is. Yeah, it's intense. It's intense.
Welcome, Miya. Welcome.
And that's the only.
Third time's a charm. Sorry for the.
That's okay. I got knocked out too. You're fine.
I was running around finding.
But
twice I did. Yeah.
Okay.
No worries.
That's
Miya, we're getting ready to go to a rodeo. Roger's telling stories.
Oh yeah. But we'll say this. That's the only time I've ever heard that type. The rest of them have been pretty normal, which are scary on their own, because any recording you ever hear, if you hear a loud recording, you can bet it was 20 times louder when live. And we've caught screams in the LBL. We've caught screams in Talladega National Forest. I had 3 scream at us there. and I've got them, been analyzed by David Ellis, and he did a great job. And the second one, there's 3 different individuals. The second one has almost a dual tone, like you know what I mean. It's like a harmonic dual tone, and then the third one was further off. But we
Oh God.
after we had that first, fit throwing, and then I said what I said. Now, before I even go, it takes me 20 minutes to get there. Before I even go, if we're going to go target practice or go do this or that, Gary taught me this. I'll say in my head before we get there, we're coming, get ready. We're going to use the land for a couple of hours, and then y'all can have it back. We spooked one up coming out hunting it on the south end. We usually try to walk out and be loud because I don't want to walk up on him anymore. But we did. He was in the dark over here beside us on the ridge, just really close, 40 yards. He turned. You think about an old man standing there, and you can hardly hear, and you say, "Hey, Joe," and it scares him, and he shuffles his feet. That's what it sounded like, but 1,000 pounds or better. And it turned right towards us and went huff growl, just whoa. So, and I held my hands up, showed I didn't have anything in my hands. I said, "Hey, we're leaving. We'll be back in a few days. You can have the place. Thank you for sharing." And we walked. He never moved, and we know there's at least one there. And so we left, and Peyton's 29 now, and this was last year. He looked at me and he said, "It's getting where it doesn't scare me that bad anymore." I'm like, "Well, we're learning. This one is all." And I used to Gary knows, I've told people, I used to hear things and I thought, that's nuts, but now I've learned there's something to the communication, sharing, showing respect, and all
There
of
you
that.
go.
And even when I took off after that one at the LBL, they were laughing at me because I went up after it. But in my head, I was like, I'm not trying to hurt you. I just want to get a good look, and because that's totally unlike me. But we had enough time. We were waiting on it to peek back out. I hadn't seen it yet. And he pointed to the tree, and when it peeked out twice, it did a double take. I was like, oh my God. And then
That's not what you said.
well, this is a family show. When I get nervous, I drop bombs. So
We
I try to be
understand.
good.
No
y'all.
worries. Yeah.
I
don't
try to
worry.
be good. But
Roger, you said the key word a few minutes ago: respect.
Yeah.
You always should, when you show respect, they normally show you respect right back.
Yep.
And that's why it's been going on, getting a lot better for you, because now you're showing them respect. You've learned a lot.
Mhm.
I've seen that over the years we've known each other. And like I told you, it shocked me when you took off up into them woods after that one.
I got up in there and I was by myself. It shocked me too. I looked back like, what am I? I'm up here with this thing. But I heard it. I heard something. I've been a hunter for since I was like 6 or 7. I spent a lot of time in the woods, so I'm real comfortable in the woods. And my memory bank of sounds and things, like we had that first day we showed up, I've never heard a really good wood knock. Now I heard things that sounded like rock clacks. I know I've heard mouth pops because I could hear the resonance in the sinus cavity, and it was within 20 yards of me. And I think there were 2 of them, but I couldn't see it. But I could hear this pop, and I was looking 10 feet up off the ground, and my dog was on the ground shivering, and she's usually pulling me, and she's leaned against me, and she won't get up. And I had to make a decision. I have never felt scared and had the threat standing in front of me, and I couldn't see it. And I'm thinking, well, there's nothing you can do. I mean, so I look down. I think they pay attention to how we treat each other and how we treat animals, because I believe, in my mind, I think this helped. I looked down at Honey, my dog, and she was terrified. And I looked down at her. I said, "Honey, I'm not going to leave you, but you got to help me. You got to help me get up and walk." And she usually pulls the leash. She's a 50-pound staffy. She's really strong. And she hugged my left leg, and she was shivering, and she was looking up at me like, help. And I thought, Gary, when I turned my back, it was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. When I turned my back to whatever it was, I said, if you get us walking out of here and get me from behind, that's on you. That's not good. And we got to the truck, and I had my phone recording then, but about 8 seconds before this started, you know, if I turn my phone off, it just goes black, you know, the video, and it's boom, it's off. As I was turning, it blurred and smeared a little bit. It just didn't go out. It something was interfering with it, and I thought I had the recording. So I called my game warden buddy. He was like 30 minutes away. I said, where are you? Are you home? I have something I need you to listen to, like now. And I head down there. We put it up. We're listening to it, and I get about 8 seconds away, and it goes out. So we've had stuff like that happen. Batteries drained, and you know, these stories you hear. I heard these stories, but now we're experiencing it, and I don't try to add anything to anything. I'm just like, here's what happened. I you know, if I see a Bigfoot, I'll tell you. I saw a pregnant female, and when I first saw her, my first thought was, she was blacker than black, had a little bit of a pointed head. First thing I thought was a hoodie or a jacket with a top on it, but she had gray here, and she had gray on her belly, and her belly was out. I thought it was a backpack at first. I mean, split second, like, who in the world? You know, it's hunting season, and they don't have orange on or whatever. She was about 40 to 50 yards away, and she had her left foot at 12 o'clock and her right foot about 2 o'clock, and she was leaned back on her heels, and her arms were down, and it looked like she was in a stance. If she needed to run, she could squat and turn. Well, I got about a 5-second look. I was driving, and about 2 weeks later or so, I'm going the same route I was working, and I get to that spot, and I don't have any idea how big she was. And there's a normal sized man walking on the side of the road next to the guardrail. When I saw how big that guardrail was to him and how big she looked, I thought, oh, she was a big one. And so I don't know. I've had weird things happen all my life. I've gotten to the point now where we really don't go a lot, because, I mean, what am I going to prove? I already know. You know, the people around me already know. So it's more of the thing, like, I look at it like sharing the place with them, you know. And like I said, Gary and other people have taught me that, and it's been working. It's less stressful when we do have something happen. It's almost like the one on the south end wants to communicate. We'll have the strangest things left in the strangest places, and I started leaving big stick structures. We heard one day we were putting a blind up last year, and I can't really get out anymore because I got a new hip. So I went up there, we pulled up in the truck, and I carried my seat, and I'm sitting there. The other ridge was where in 2020, when all this started back again, when me and my son had a rock tossed at us about size of 2 fists, come out of a cedar bush, right at a broken tree that shouldn't have been broken. Well, this thing was over there, and it sounded like a big monkey. And I looked at my son. He said, uh-oh. I'm like, yeah. So, but within 10 minutes, it was closer down the ridge. And I'm like, okay, I'm a hunter. I know how predators work. If something's hunting you, or you're hunting something, you don't announce you're there, right?
Mm-mm.
So I'm like,
Oh.
I'm like, Peyton, is he talking to us? He said, I have never heard that sound before. I said, me neither. And he can do it. I can't mimic it. But so I'm like, okay, if he's over there watching this, I'm going to I found 2 dead cedars and made an X. Then I took a shorter log and made an asterisk looking thing. And I told him, I said, next time you come back, see if this is still here. I said, now the cows might knock it over, but send me pictures. He went in hunting. He FaceTimed me from the top of the hill. He said, Daddy, the 2 cedars and that 1 log are gone. They're not in the woods. I cannot find them anywhere. So we started, having jawbones stuck in the trail in the dirt. We started having other things. We're like, that wasn't here before. And I'm learning. And then he went in by himself and walked up on one, had an orange eye shine, and it was real tall off the ground. And my son, he don't want a part of this really. And he said, look, I'm not here for you. I'm here to deer hunt. Go and do what you're doing. It's still dark. And he said, I didn't know what else to say. I was scared. He said it turned away, started down the hill and went, oh, like he was disappointed. I'm like, you think he was looking for me? Because I made the X and everything, and we found the X's that shouldn't be there. So that's kind of there's a lot more to the Bigfoot stuff, but that's just, we don't have enough time to go over all of it. But, there's been times in my life where I thought I was nuts because of the other things that have happened. And I'm glad, I love coming on people's shows and just kind of getting it out there. You know what I mean? Just like it helps. It helps to talk about it. And sometimes you remember something you hadn't talked about in a while. So
sometimes you put pieces together you didn't even know could fit together. It's just, it is so therapeutic in so many ways. I had to laugh when I first started like the ET and UFO stuff. I was writing it down on clinical notes, like the paper ones from back in the old school day, because I thought there's got to be a diagnosis for this or something, It's just, but yeah, look at where I am now today. But that's what it felt like. I went through that too.
Well, how many people in chat? I know a few people in chat that have felt that way, and now that they found all of us, they realize that a lot of people going through this. Just come, we'll welcome you in, and talk to you. So,
absolutely.
Roger, have you ever dreamed of Bigfoot? Had dreams of Bigfoot? That's a question asked in chat.
Oh my God, yes. I told Heather 2 weeks ago. It happened about 2 to 3 weeks before this. For some reason, in the past 3 or 4 months, I've always dreamed in color. I've always had a vivid imagination. I write some, and there's all, my mind's like an 8-track. It's jumping everywhere. So my dream changed a little bit to where there's like 4K clear, but not the whole time. But there'll be like flashes of a second or two. I saw my dad, that he passed away in 22. I saw him so clear the other night. I jumped awake, like it was like he was there. But back to your question. Oh, I haven't told this. I don't think I've told this. I'm going to throw this out there, y'all. So I was dreaming. We were on the north end land, and there was a female, a young one, and the big male. And she was trying to talk. I couldn't tell what she was saying. The little one was wanting to climb up. Cause I've got a bad hip now, and it was wanting to climb up. And I reached down, and the male, I said, "What is your name?" And he said, "I don't know how to spell this." He said, "Etalk." Wow. And I'm like, so me and my son, I'm like, we're out there one night, and we're sitting in the field. We do that. We'll go sit in the field at night, and we've got some activity happen. We don't do it as much anymore. But I told him, and we're looking it up, and I can't find. I don't know how to spell it, so I can't. But it seemed like it was peaceful. You know what I mean? And I was like, I didn't want the little one to climb up me because I was scared it'd break my hip or whatever. But I didn't want him. It was weird. It was a weird 10 seconds. But I woke up and I'm like, am I doing this too much? Am I now I'm dreaming about it? But that's the other times, never it's never been a nightmare. I'll put it that way. And it's never been that clear, and it's never been that kind of interaction. It's always been, oh, I think I saw one, or I heard this or that. So yeah, that was pretty detailed. And I told Heather, I didn't want to tell her. I said, I had a dream the other night. It's kind of detailed and weird, and she just listens.
Do you think
know,
that they were calling you? You kind of met on some ground in more of like a holographic form, or do you think it was like how interactive is it? Because that's what I feel like at times when there's like a meeting that it's that real. Like they could have been right there, and I could have been.
I have no idea, but I can't explain why some of my short dreams in the last few weeks have been so vivid and so clear. And it's just flashes. It's not, let's say if it's 10 seconds, a second or two will be like a watching a movie, and I'm like, but it's strong enough that I remember it. You know what I mean? It's like it leaves an impression. So I don't know. Even when I saw the female, people like, why would they be out in the open? And I had a researcher call me and she said, we need to go to this place. I carry my dogs with me and she's been doing this a long time. And from one county over, I was going through that area she wanted me to go to. And seeing this, after I passed by and the initial shock wore off, it almost was like, hey, we're here. It's almost like an invitation. I know that sounds crazy, but it felt like, we're here. It's like, just letting me know. And I can't prove that, but you get those feelings, like you said, you feel like it's this or that. I felt blessed to get that look because I know it's so rare. We go a lot, and I had the one sighting in 85. I had that one. I had Talladega, Alabama. I saw one sitting on its rear end. It was so big that I questioned why I was getting out in the woods. And he was sitting on the ground, turned away, and there was a beam of light coming through the canopy. It was really hot that day, and he was over by a creek just off the road down the embankment there. And I'll look over and I see this light hitting the shoulder and the side of the head, and I'm like, what am I looking at? And I could see through the hair to the skin. If any of y'all ever had chow dogs, you can pull their hair and their skin is black.
Mm-hmm.
Blackish gray. That's what this looked like. And I could almost make out the wrinkles, the texture of the skin. My wife has a full-size Chevy 4-wheel drive, and his shoulders was probably almost as wide. I knew they were big. I've seen them. I've seen the big, seen that they're big, but when you're 20, 25 yards away in the daylight, I went down to another road and I didn't say nothing to her. I was like, oh, we got to turn around and go back. She said, what's going on? We got to turn around and go back. We took a wrong turn and turned around, and I'm easing through there, and I look and it's not there. And I'm like, oh my God. Well, then we get back to where we're camping, and Gary, Katie G and her husband.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly where they saw theirs. We were talking about it, and she said, where the trees, the pine trees and the Alabama red clay, those dirt, where they had fallen over in the root balls. I said, yeah, there's really orange. And I was like, the creek right next to it. She said, yeah, that's where it was at. And I'm like, you ain't gonna believe this. So yeah, it was almost 100 degrees, and, a creek, running water will cause a light breeze depending on the strength of the how wide it is and all that. So if you ever want to cool off, you can go. That's why it's cool beside a creek, is because that rushing water will cause a wind current, a little bit of one. And I feel like he was off down in there, cooling off. But and I saw one take 3 steps. It was in North Alabama, just at the beginning of this year, but it was real thin and black. But I saw it take 3 steps and then turn away from us. And Gary Greghouse was driving. That's when he scared me in his Jeep, and then Peyton was sitting in the back. But I said, what the H is that? And Peyton said, oh, that's a deer feeder. I'm like, no,
Gary
not that
says,
thing.
no, you didn't say that. No, I'm joking.
They slapped me on the wrist. Go ahead and tell them what you said. Well, they know what I said. But y'all, and I realize this too, for people who's maybe just watching for the first time, I realize I sound crazy. So, you can, it's just, when you start stacking stories, whether it's paranormal or the UFO or whatever, you will sound crazy to people because they don't know. And now I'm comfortable enough that reason I can
It
talk
is-
about it is because I don't care. They're the one that's uneducated. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know what? You get to a point. I used to even say this. I said with every ET experience I had, I felt less credible. You know what I mean?
I
The
know.
more experiences
Yeah.
I had, I was feeling less credible. Where I was like,
Yep.
God, is this too much to bring forward? Is this too much? And then
Right.
finally, I got to a point. I'm like, I am so curious and so full of questions that outweighs anything. You know,
Yes.
at this point. So I'm glad that you're out here talking about it because it really does. It helps so many other people connect it. But yeah, it does feel like that though. I get that.
And,
Roger.
and we're all crazy because we've all had experience after experience. If you're crazy, we're all crazy. I mean, some of them are UFO,
We
some
know
of them
I'm
are
crazy.
cryptids, some of them are just paranormal. So we can't call you crazy because we're the same way.
That's why I have to have when I have a guest on. If I say anything, I'm a hypocrite. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I have no right to say anything about anybody. And
True.
the
We
thing
got a lot
is-
of questions, Roger.
All right, I will tell y'all this. You know, you say I've seen 4 or 5 Bigfoot. You know, I'll count the one that in that it'd be 5 with what Gary and I saw. You're talking about 35 years from the first one to the second encounter. It's not like it happens every day. You know, I hunted all that time. I fished all that. Nothing ever happened, but I was definitely aware. I was, you know, I changed a lot of things. I wouldn't even sleep against the wall at that house because I used to like to wedge up against the wall because it was cool. I slid the bed out and I'd sleep in the middle of the bed because this thing was so big that in my mind, it could reach right through the wall. So it changed a lot of things that I did. So yeah, y'all go ahead with the question. I talk too much. Anytime y'all want to kick me out, go ahead.
No,
It
that's
won't hurt my
great.
feelings.
Like I'm really getting like I'm conceptualizing all this. I can relate to so much of it. You know, I'm just like putting myself. I'm glad that you're saying it because there's so many people. It takes those analogies of like how big they actually are. Of course, you would feel that way. I'm surprised, you know. But with the first craft I faced was 50-foot in diameter. I was 30 feet away. There was nowhere to run or hide. Like if I could have gotten in a hole in the ground and dug through it, I would have, but I couldn't. It's like, so you learn, I get that feeling of being, you know, it's like, man, wow.
And what's funny is the people that have had the experiences, that's why, you know, I pick up on things people say too, like, you know, something I may have never talked about or I thought it or whatever, and they'll say it and I get excited. I do the same thing. I'm like, I'm glad you said that.
Roger, here's our old buddy River Morris all the way from down under. Thank you for coming in, River.
Hey, buddy.
He asked, what sort of smells have you got and have you heard them mimic?
So with the smells, I've only had 2 times. One, I'll make it quick. I was hunting at the South End place and I was in a bowl and I had a wind. It was wintertime. I had a wind hit me in right in the back of the head. I had a little bit of a collar and stuff, a little light breeze. And my son hunts up the hill far enough away. And I'm sitting there in the dark and, you know, that's a big step to go where you've had rocks thrown, you've had this. And I'm sitting there and I get a whiff of, it's not death. It's not like decomposing flesh. It's more of a wet decay. You know, it's not, but at first I thought, man, I done sit here and there's a cow back here dead. You know what? I got to move. Well, it took me a second to realize I only smelled it for just a few seconds. So it was moving behind me. And we have radios. I got on and said, hey, you got something coming at you. I don't know what it is. Just keep your head on a swivel. It's coming up. It came up behind me, headed your way. Now, the one that really confused us just a few months ago, we were down Bankhead National Forest. We went down to a spot on the river. When it's down, you can, you know, great place to find tracks. Just real sandy. And we had found tracks there before. We found little baby tracks and where we think a mama laid down. And it's a spot, you know, a lot of y'all know where it's at, where, you know, they visit quite a bit. And we went down and everything was fine. And we were walking up the river, very little bit of water, but it was running clear. and we're looking at tracks, and we find this or that, and we roll this out, and all of a sudden, the wind is coming at my 11 o'clock, and this smell hits me in the face. It hits Peyton at the same time, and we look at each other. I said, "What is that?" He said, "Where did it come from? We hadn't smelled that the whole time." But we try to rule out things first. We try to debunk. That's my first thing. My mind starts working immediately. We're looking at the leaves. Maybe they've been sitting there a while and they're decaying, or maybe this is happening, or the water's fine. Then, it smelled like not burning rubber, but rubber that's about to catch fire. It was funky. I've never smelled anything like that. And I'm like, "Have you ever smelled anything like that?" Peyton said, "No." Well, then, now we know there's a family unit in the area. Well, we don't know where they're at. But here's something strange that happened. If it was a female, and, the gorillas have the glands that they spray, in stressful situations or whatever, they're under their armpits, I found out. Well, if she was over there, you think, well, what reason would she have to be scared? And then all of a sudden, on the other side of the river in the bend, where we couldn't see around the bend, we heard a sound. And like I said, Peyton's my sound guy. I have never heard anything like it. It wasn't big, and it sounded like, it sounds nuts. It sounded like the mixture between a chihuahua, a goose, and something else. And Peyton said, I don't know what that is. He said, it's raspy like a goose. It don't have the cadence of a dog. And it goes from one side of the river to the other. We couldn't see it. When it gets to the other side and shuts up, the smell goes away. So possibly the mama was on one side, the little one was on the other. She got stressed out, hit us with that smell, and then I can't prove that, but you can bet on the way home, I'm calling Kumbo. I said, "Man, I got some questions, because this is your area." And I started telling him. He started giving us information. And now the mimicking, Robbie, my son has heard either the chest beating or fist pounding the ground. He felt it. He was laying on the ground, and he felt it. But with the mimicking, I always heard the owls, sometimes they mimic this, a bird or whatever. And my son's good at making calls with his mouth. And I'll say, "Hey, do this kind of call." And he'll do it. And one day we're in the north end, and it's daylight. And I said, "Do an owl call, barred owl right quick." So he did a great call, and we heard one off in the distance. And what they'll do is they'll move in, they'll check you out. And we're getting bored. That's what we do. We try to call in wildlife and check them out, not to hurt them, just to observe. And he was doing it, and he was having fun. Then all of a sudden, this direction, ooh, and we snapped around and looked at each other. He said, "That wasn't an owl." I said, "No, it wasn't. That was big." And he said, "It was on the ground with us too. It wasn't in a tree." I'm like, "What do you think?" He said, "I think it's time to go." But we heard it. I could hear with the owl, you can tell it's an owl. It had the trill at the end. They make other sounds too. But this was definitely not an owl voice box, the size of an owl. But like I said, we've got this young one that's trying to mess with us and stuff. And we even snapped a picture one night. I had it on night mode, and we're sitting there quiet. There's a gravel access road. And he said, "I just heard 2 heavy footsteps come across the gravel like it's coming into the field." So I'm taking my phone. It was a full moon night, and I'm taking a picture about every 2 minutes and scanning. I take about 4 or 5 pictures, and there's a hay bale, round bale out there, and we could see really good. And I'm like, "No, I don't see anything." About the 6th or 7th time, I pulled that phone in, and I looked at it, and I'm like, "Oh no." And he looked at it. He said, "It's time to go." Me and him, like, we'll leave in a heartbeat. But it looked like we caught something by surprise. Like its eyes are wide open. It doesn't have a domed head. It's rounded, and the chest is massive. And it's, about 30 yards past the hay bale off, in a dip. But you can tell it's big. And I send the picture to Kumbo, and I send it to Doug Highcheck. and Doug's a camera expert. He looks at it. He looks at it really good. He said, "That's not a light anomaly. There is something there. I can't tell you what it is, but I know what it looks like." Well, Kumbo goes even further and says, "Okay, you remember I told you there's more than one type?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "You may be dealing with a type whatever," and I'm like, "Is that good?" He said, "Eh." He said, "Didn't you say you heard like a banshee scream there?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "Well, it's starting to look like you got one that's a little mischievous, whatever. Y'all need to be careful." And I'm like, "That's kind of the feeling I got too." But
So are you saying some have like more rounded or pear shaped, and others have pointy, like more pointy features?
Yeah, there's four. I think there's recognized maybe 4 or 5 types. I can't remember, but
6.
6 types. So there's the patty type. Then you got the skunk ape with their smaller, their 4-toed, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, 5, built. And obviously, if something's walking mountain, it's going to have bigger muscles and all that. Then you have some areas overlap. Then you have the banshee looking ones. I don't know really what it's called, Gary. Do you know what it's called? I've never.
The Gugway
Maybe
is the more ape-looking type. They got the longer snout.
Yeah.
And look more like an ape. They're what we call the face eaters.
Yeah. And I know you don't want to be around those, and
No.
but it's yeah, I've got the picture. It's some people, they look at it and they're like, yeah, something's there, but I don't know what it is. To me, it looks like when I put that phone out there and snapped that picture, it caught it by surprise, and its eyes are wide open, and you can see the chest muscles are really wide, and you can see the split in the middle, and you can see the shoulders, but the top of the head is more rounded and not pointed.
Oh,
and I've seen different. The two I've seen that I recognize the pointed head. One of them was a little more pointed than the other. The big boy, he was so big that his all of these muscles here came way up close to his ears. And so from behind it all blended in.
Yeah.
But that pointed head, I know, y'all, I sound nuts. I know I do.
No, I was gonna say ET's like this. ET is too. Like there's even like the grays. There's ones with pointy features. There's ones with pear head, and it sounds crazy, but you can actually, the ones with the pointy features are the ones you definitely want to stay away from. They're more aggressive. So I thought that was very interesting that it falls in suit, kind of like that.
They're called the Genoskwa. It's hard for me to say, but them and the Gugway are the ones you want to stay away from.
Yeah.
And my clan has the round head.
Mm-hmm.
They look more human than they do. So like you said, there's all those different types, and you've got to learn them. But if you look on the internet, you won't find the pictures of those types. I tried to find it the other day. Some people have it, and it needs to be posted on the internet.
Yeah,
I couldn't find it. Okay, there's Brother Littlefoot.
Now when we were at Talladega National Forest and we caught that orb on, I was looking through this really expensive night vision or whatever. I don't know what you call them. It was handed to me. Flat Rock handed it to me because we had seen red orbs. Katie G was sitting on a tailgate, and I was sitting down looking up. And when I saw the red orb at first, like I said, I try to rule out things. So I started looking to make sure it wasn't Mars or it wasn't something that I could see through the woods, because we were up on a hill. And then I was trying to make sure it wasn't just a star or planet. And then it starts moving, I'm like, well, no, okay. I said, y'all see that red light? Everybody looks up, and then there's 2 of them. And that place we were at is well known for the red smaller orbs. So then the cameras start coming out, and they hand me one. I didn't know what to do. I pulled it up and was looking. I was looking at a face instantly, like 10, 15 feet in the wood line. And it had its head down, but its eyes were looking at me, and it didn't look happy. And the nose came down. you know what, a Muppet on like Sesame Street, one that has the long nose and it looks weird. It dipped under like that, and the nostrils were sitting directly under it. And this thing is looking at me, and I'm like, Flat Rock, is this thing recording? He said, no. I said, we need to be recording like right now. I didn't want to yell at him, I was like, stay calm. And I said, trust me, we need this thing recording. So he reached up, hit the wrong button because it was new to him, and he took a picture. And then he got it recording. I got it back, and I couldn't find the face again. But then I caught the orb is about the size of a baseball. It looked like it had it was like a human cell. It was perfectly round. It had a membrane and it had a nucleus, but it was see-through other than that. And it was changing heat, but it wasn't the light wasn't coming out. It was in that membrane, and in this thermal, it was on black hot. It would go deep black, but you still could see through it. You could still see the features, and then it would lighten up, and it moved. It would go up and over, and it's like I'm thinking I'm losing it. Well, it's like it would stop, and I could catch it again. And then we had another thermal going. Kenny Shivers was sitting here beside me, and he had his. He didn't know where to look. It drops all of a sudden, and it goes into view in his. He said, "I got it." So I would think, so then Flat Rock has to go home. It takes a few days, and I'm on pins and needles because, man, I said, y'all, I won't say what I said, but I'm glad there's no sound. But I said, y'all not going to believe this. And when he texted me 3 or 4 days later, after he got home, got it, on his computer, he said, we got it. I'm like, yes. And it's I've had experts wanting to, tear it down and look at it and all this, and I send it to them. Now I'm going to be strict. I'm going to do this, and I'm like, oh, that's fine. I want you. If you can tell me what it is, tell me what it is. There's been pretty big names has that video, and that was a year ago. Nobody's ever recontacted me back. And paranormal people, and they're like, that's a legit orb.
One of them orbs that y'all got was a fairy. You could actually see the fairy inside the orb with their wings fluttering.
That's cool.
Well, you're not the only one that said that. Becca said she saw it. I can't make it out, but I know I tell Gary a lot of times I'll look at pictures and I'll just tell him. I'll tell him the truth. I said, Gary, I can't. In Flat Rock and other people, I said, I can't really see it. And he'll look, we're right here. And then sometimes I can't. Oh yeah, I see it now. But I don't know why
that's the way it is. It's always that way. Some people can see it and some people can't.
Yeah.
And it's not because something's wrong with you or something's wrong with me because I see it and you don't. That's because that's the way they have set it up. Mm-hmm. They have the ability to show you and not show me. You can have 2 or 3 people standing side by side and a Bigfoot walk out in front of them, or a dog man either walk out in front of them, and only one person see it. And it should be impossible for somebody to miss it, but you don't. It's the vibrations. At least that's what I've always heard. It's your vibration and the item's vibration matching is the reason that this person can see it and these people can't.
Well,
and you can see, I blew that orb up and you could literally see the wings in there and watch it fluttering.
There's been cases with UFOs where people, as soon as they come into a proximity of somebody, they're able to see it. But outside of that, they're not. I'm just wondering if you guys don't have that. I don't even know what to call it around you, but I've heard it several times with UFOs. Several times.
Well, that's just like at the Bigfoot that Roger was talking about there at LBL 2 months ago. Other people were standing there too, but they couldn't see it. Mm-hmm. But Roger and I did. And some people said it was a tree, but then when we got up into the woods, it was gone. It was not a tree.
Trees don't peek out and look at you and then do a double take. Like,
no,
it's almost like it looked out to peek at Gary, and I'm standing behind Gary now. It went back behind the tree. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, there's 2. It's like, and it was like a little kid, and that's when I was like, I told Gary, I got up, got behind him. He walked me up with his finger, to this tree right here. I said, well, I don't see it. He said, well, it's behind the tree. Just hold on, look right there. Just be patient. And I'm like, okay, whatever. All these people there, I'm thinking there ain't no way. And he said, well, I might get a picture. And he pulls his camera out, and I'm looking over his shoulder at his camera at that tree. I said, well, I'm in the right spot. And all of a sudden, this little dome of a reddish black haired head, mostly black, peeked out and came back. And I think that's when I said, oh crap. And then it did it again. And I saw Gary hit that red button on the first time. And it was perfect timing. And so I saw all of this. I was standing right behind him. And so now I'm thinking, okay, I need to go up there and confirm some things, because we're going to have people going up here and damaging evidence. So I get up there to the tree and stop, and I see the tracks in the leaves, and then Spencer, and he goes and gets Eric, which is a really good tracker. And we go and we start finding the tracks, 4.5 feet, apart. And we're walking real slow. I found a young fern, had like 5 or 6 shoots off of it. It was stoned flat. Water's coming out of it. It happened like right then. But I told them there was a fallen log at an angle up there about, 40, 50 yards from where I was standing at the tree. When I was coming up, the trees had this whole left side of the ridge blocked. I heard something take off walking. It was heavy and really fast, but it wasn't running. And I said, now, and I, before they went up there, the trackers, I said, listen, you see that log up there? Just over here, I heard something heading diagonally up this ridge. We got up there, we followed the tracks, and right there where I said I heard it was the tracks going diagonally up the ridge. So it's that's about all we did, but that's about all we could do, and it was pretty amazing.
I was going to show the picture, but I don't know how to share it on here to make it. Coley's got it, I think, but she'd have to hunt for it.
She's probably got 1 million pictures.
Oh gosh, yeah, I do have 1 million pictures too. But I probably, I just switched over to the MacBook too, so I don't even have like all my Google, but I can get it for the next time.
Roger really surprised all of us by taking off up in there, and he was right. Well, let me give you a little bit of beforehand on this. I'm standing there at Roger's tent, and like I said, I always tease Roger and say, Roger, there's one behind you. Well, I can feel him. I might not be able to see him up there, but I can feel it. I know it's there. And I felt this one. And I looked up there and I said, Roger, there's one right up there watching us. And about that time I saw it, like Roger said, peeking out behind the tree.
Pop's eyes went like that right there. I'm a people watcher. And when his eyes lit up, I come up out of the chair like he's seeing something. So anyway, sorry, Pops. Sorry, but
well, he come up behind me. He told you that's part of the story. And I've never took a picture of one. I've never tried to take a picture of one, but this time I couldn't resist. And I just, like he said, I just hit it just perfect and got the picture of it. Well, when he took off, hi, Patrick, I went and showed Spencer. And Spencer walked over there and he looked at the picture and looked up into the woods, and he immediately turned back around and went and got Eric. Mm-hmm. And we went up into the woods, and of course, as slow as I go, they were already up there kneeling at the rock they had found. He had found a big rock that had been turned over, was still moist on the bottom. Well, by the time I got up there, they were looking at that. And I said, look right up through there. And where he was talking about, you could see the impressions in the leaves where that thing had walked up through there. And he said, I think it ran that way. It sounded like it. And I said, he did, Roger. He stopped right over there. He's watching us now.
And I told them, I'm like, I don't know whether it went over the ridge or it stopped, because it suddenly stopped. I'm like, I don't know.
It had stopped and started watching us. And I could tell it was aggravated at me because I took its picture and I gave him away. He was hiding watching us, and I gave it away. But he told me, I said, I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself this time. And he said, it's okay, I understand. And it kept watching us for the rest of the day.
Gary said, Roger's a bad influence. He said, I understand.
But this is at 3:00 in the afternoon, too.
Yep.
And it's 50 yards from us up in the woods.
But you get in that picture, even though you show people and I show people, and they're like, I don't see anything but a black blob. Spencer looks at your phone and looks at that tree, and it's not there.
No.
Like 3-4 minutes later, it's not there, and he's looking at the picture. Didn't he say something like, "Oh, you just took this picture? You like, yeah, just a few minutes ago." That's what he's doing out there.
And I took it's at a little bit different angle because I wasn't standing in the same place, but I went back to the tree where I was standing and took another picture, and it was gone. You can see it in the second picture that it's gone.
Next time we need to put you in the spot you're in and let me go up to the tree and stand beside it and get a size comparison.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
It told me what it was. It was 8 foot tall, 13-year-old juvenile. And he'd been assigned to watch over us and make sure, see what we were all doing. He was a watcher, what they call a watcher. But we just got lucky.
Yeah.
And got that one. And then we saw, like Wendell said, and we saw one at Alabama that went across the road so fast it was just a black streak. And the same way, and it don't surprise me to see them, but it surprises me to see them in broad daylight like that. And that's why my eyes get big. They said the same thing about Alabama because it just shocked me that it flew across that road in the middle of the day with us sitting there watching it.
Well, some of these places, though, it's you know what you're getting into because of all the reports, all the the history and all that. So you know these things are there. And
I didn't have an idea, and I was out looking for them. I'm telling you, when you guys start describing how big they are, I'm thinking, what the hell were we out there doing? You know, like me and my brother standing there, he's throwing in a rock. I was like, that's it. We're out of here, Eric. There's not a rock. That's going to be a boulder. Let's, like, what are you doing?
Well, we don't go looking for them. We don't go out into the woods looking for them. We go to these meet and greets to see our friends and family, extended family. And I've said this on your show before, and I'm not the only one. There's other people there too, but they are watching over us, taking care of us.
Very cool.
And that's the reason they are there. I mean, we know they're there because they're watching over everywhere I go. They're watching over me. And there's other people at the meet and greets the same way that they're coming up there and watching over them.
Coley, can I ask Gary a question?
No, you ask away.
Gary, I asked you this, and you said you'd wait for the show to answer it. Ooh. So this is for Coley, too. Why do you think that some of us see these things or UFOs or ghosts or whatever or everything? What is different about us? Because that's what I want to know.
This is just my opinion and other people's opinions that I've heard. It's our vibrations.
Mm.
We are vibrating on the same level that they are, so to speak. And that's why we can see them. Now, I don't always see them. I know that they're there, but I don't always see them. And there's a question that Wu just asked. I've got to answer that right now. He says, what about the countless reports of Bigfoot unaliving people? Yes, there are rogue Bigfoot out there that will unalive people, but they get blamed for it even when they're not the ones doing it. Like all these missing people, that they're not, the cryptids are not the ones that's making these people go missing. There's all kinds of reasons. It could be youth aliens. It could be just falling and breaking their neck or breaking a leg and not being able to get out. But yes, there are a few rogues, but there's just as many stories. I call them stories. It's not stories, it's experiences of where the Bigfoot and the Dogman have saved people's lives as they have hurt somebody. If Dogmans were all dangerous, I guarantee I wouldn't be here. Same with Bigfoot. I wouldn't be here. I'd be dead, been gone a long time ago. Every time we go to Brown Springs, every time we go to Dogman Ranch, we got Dogman and Bigfoot all around us. And just like Gene just said, lots of people go to the woods to kill themselves. Look at that Alaska guy that just killed himself.
Mm-hmm.
My cousin.
Go ahead, Roger.
Oh, my cousin, we used to hunt together as kids and growing up, and we would even we were pretty good at tracking, so we would get called, to do, and it was fun. When I started doing this, he was like, "Well, I've been in the woods as much as you have, and I ain't never seen one." I'm like, "What would you do if you saw one?" He said, "I'd shoot it on sight." I said, "That's probably why you've never seen one."
That is why he's never seen one. People that don't respect them, that all they want is to shoot one to say that they are the ones that prove they exist, they're never going to see one. And I just seen something I was going to highlight, and now I can't find it. But
go ahead, Gary.
No, go ahead, Roger. I'm trying to find that anyway.
I can tell you my UFO story before.
Please.
Okay, so this was about 1987, and I have to remember the years about what vehicle I was driving. So this was about 87. It was probably October, early November. There was no leaves on the trees. And I met our family. My mom and dad had this country store in Mooresville, Tennessee, and we kept it for 3 or 4 years and sold it to some more family. So I'm kind of there. It's kind of nostalgic. I grew up there and I walked out. I used to play in that side yard in the dark. We used to run the neighborhood, and it was very small. And there's a hill out back on the south that we called Mount Gracie. It's just a big hill, but that's what the kids called it. And I'm standing there, and I don't not say I had a feeling to stand there, but I was just kind of looking over. Oh yeah, Mr. So-and-so used to live here. He's gone, and so on. And I'm looking south, and it's a clear night. It's a cool night. There's no humidity. There are no clouds. The stars are out. And when I say the town of Mooresville, I'm talking about no stoplight, one little store, no schools, no post office, and a few security lights. So it was pretty dark. And I'm standing in the dark, and I'm looking at the stars, and there's one star. I can't remember if I was looking at it, but anyway, I noticed something to my left above the tree line, and it's coming across, and it when you heat iron up and it turns orange, it was that exact color.
Oh.
But the shape of it was classic UFO, a little ball, a thing on top, flat across, and then kind of scalloped edges and a flat bottom, rounded and flat. So I'm looking at it, and my mind's always been like this. So as soon as I see it, I start looking around to see if anybody's shining something or whatever. I didn't see a beam of light, and I'm looking around, and all the lights are off in all the houses. So what am I seeing? And it's as smooth as glass. There's no sound. There's no propulsion, nothing. It's just coming across the sky. Now, at this point, I don't know whether it's 200 miles away and big as a football field or two, or if it's, a mile away and decent size. I can't tell.
They're good like that.
Yeah. So it stops right in front of me and starts down. And it goes behind the trees on Mount Gracie. So I know it's at least, 3/4 to a mile, at least that far. I could see it going down through the trees, and then behind, just over that hill, there's a lot of flat fields and creeks and stuff. So it goes down, and I can't see it. And the store's still open. And I'm like, do I need to go get somebody? And then this thought popped in my head. No, you might miss something. So I'm sitting there. It's not too long. Here it comes back up, same speed. It goes up, gets right to the same spot that it had descended from. it stopped for just a second or two. If it went north, south, east, or west, I never would have told the story. But it went straight up into space, no sound. It was gone in an instant. There was no flash. There was no propulsion. There was no sound. It took me 3 decades of learning about things. It hit me one night. Why did I hear a sonic boom? That thing left so fast. It broke the speed of sound like instantly. And I also knew I'd been to Huntsville Space and Rocket Center, and they had a G-force machine. And I'd been in there. I forgot how high we went, but I knew if we all would have been on there, we'd have been like burritos on the floor. You know, it's like we wouldn't have made it. Our bones would have been crushed. The G-forces had to be incredible. Now, I asked a MUFON investigator that very question, and I'm like, why did it take me that long to come, to think about that? He said, have you seen the Tic Tac video? I said, yes, sir. He said, they're looking at that heat camera, whatever. And he said, if you look at it, you notice there's a dark pocket encapsulating the actual Tic Tac. He said, we feel like they're manipulating the atmosphere where it doesn't have the same physics and physical limitations, because going 200 miles an hour or whatever underwater, it seems impossible. But if they're doing that, maybe. Now, once he was telling me that, I'm like, that same trip to the Huntsville Space and Rocket Center back in the day, they had the Blackbird that we didn't know it existed. They flew it from coast to coast in like an hour and then retired it. Well, it's sitting down there, or one of them is, and I'm reading about it, and I'm like, man, this is pretty cool. I see out at the end of it, there's about a 1.5 to 2 foot rod sticking out of it. And I'm like, curious. And I wonder what that is. There's a plaque. That rod, they ran electricity through the rod, and it helped split the atmosphere over the plane, so there's less drag. So one, it wouldn't burn up, and two, it could go faster. So I'm sitting here in my mind flipping out like, hey, you see this? Hey, you see this? Like nobody cared. I'm like, how do they know how to do that? That was amazing to me. But I don't know if I didn't flip out because I saw the Bigfoot 3 years prior, or, and I had all this other stuff happen, but I just kind of went numb. I really can't tell you what I was thinking. It was like
to get caught up in the experience.
It was like, I instantly knew. The first thing I thought, if humans were on that, they'd be dead.
Yeah.
The second thing I thought was, what would I make of this? Does this change everything I know about religion? Does this change everything I know about what just happened here? Because it's almost like, again, I feel like in my life, I've been shown things like a layer of an onion when I was ready.
Yep.
I met Gary when I was ready. You know what I mean? And people that I've met, and the MUFON investigator. If I hadn't been doing this here, I wouldn't have got to talk to him. And you're putting the puzzle pieces together. I don't have the whole puzzle together, but when you find a piece, it's comforting,
Yes.
So.
Oh, very much so.
Nobody's got
where
the
can you
whole
run and hide? Yeah, nobody does.
Yeah.
We still got several questions, Roger.
Okay, shoot.
Can I ask you real quickly though, Roger, did your life change from that point on? Because it always, like anybody I've ever talked to that's encountered a UFO that close, it's like a pivotal moment. Like from that moment forward, they kind of understand why they're here, who they are, or a piece of that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I turned around and walked to the car, and before I got home, I forgot about it. And it came back to me. I was talking to somebody, and it's like it came back in a flood in memory.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and it was just as shocking the second time. And now I'm like, why did that happen?
It strikes you.
Did I shut that down, or did something else shut it down?
I don't think you can wrap your mind around it. Like I remember seeing it. We went home completely quiet. But when I started to have like some of I would be just like against the wall, like, whoa, like some of it come back, because it is so much and you're just trying to really wrap your mind around it. That's what I think.
Yeah, it was there were so many questions that tried to come in at the same time. I don't know if that's something like traumatic as a 17-year-old. I don't know. There was a dream I thought I had when I was like 3 or 4 years old, and before my daddy passed away, he's like, "You remember that time we were going to Mooresville to visit your uncle, and we were coming through, and we heard that sound and pulled over, and it looked, you know, the 50s diners that are silver, you know, it looked like that, but it had a nose and it had propulsion out the back. It didn't have any wings, and it was like 20, 30 foot off the ground, and we could see figures looking out the portal windows, the porthole windows, and I thought that was a dream, and I'm like, hold up, wait a minute, you're saying that wasn't a dream? He said, no, you were there, but I didn't know if you remembered it. I said, I always thought it was a dream. I said, Mom, he said, what car were we in? I said, the blue Chevy Impala, the 68. He said, yeah, who was there? I said, my mama, me and you. Rachel wasn't born yet. He said, you remember it? I said, and I always thought that was a dream, but I remember my daddy, and I looked at it at the same time out the side window. He said, there looks like there's figures looking out the windows and backlit. You know what I mean? And I just shut that out, but I just chalked it up as a dream. And I'm glad he told that before he passed away. Cause you know, he was one of those that wouldn't talk about strange things, but he laughed at me when I told him about the first Bigfoot sighting. And then a couple years later, he woke me up one Saturday morning, and he said, how big was that thing you said that you saw? And I told him, and he told me what happened. Him and my mom, they pulled over on a back road. He had to get out and relieve himself, and something breaking trees, jumped over a 4-foot fence and went like 30 feet and landed in the gravel road. And he said when it landed, it boom, boom, real loud, and it took off running towards them, and it was kicking rocks towards them. And he was screaming at Mom to get in the car. And he waited. He let me sleep, and I woke up next morning. He come first thing, and he's like, how big was that? I'm like, well, we measured that limb. It had to be like 7.5 foot or 7 to 7.5 foot. And I said, I don't know, 600-800 pounds, maybe, guessing. He said, and he kept saying, like he didn't believe his own ears. He said, there ain't no way. There ain't no way. I'm like, well, explain to me what it was then. Did it have hooves? No. Did it have this? Did it have that? Would a person have killed themselves if they'd hit the ground from that far? Yes. Would a cow broke its leg? Yes. I said, what does that leave? He said, I don't know. So,
I just have one question for you, Roger. Can I have your autograph? You're such a world traveler.
Roger, have you ever heard that clapping is a sign of aggression?
Hold on, excuse me. I haven't heard that, but I've heard some things, and there have times where I thought we were trying to be run out. I don't know what just happened. I lost my voice. Hold on.
Got him all choked.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. This is the third podcast I've done in like 24 hours. So,
You're a trooper.
yeah, or crazy. Well, I haven't really heard that. I've heard some sounds that sounded aggressive, and I've heard sounds that sounded less aggressive, possibly communication, or like I attribute it sometimes like, hey, we're here, don't come this way, you know, and
Right.
we gladly go the other way. I feel like the first big rock that was thrown at us, we got a little too close. I think we surprised it. It came, and another thing, Coley, you'll find this interesting. There was a tree break, and we stopped and looked at it, and then I'm like, is this what these Bigfoot shows talk about, a marker or whatever? And I couldn't remember what it meant. And I had a phone just like that in my shirt pocket. And, excuse me. And we weren't talking. My dad and my son and I had like a wood sign language. It's pretty rudimentary and it's not mean anything, but we knew what we're talking about. So I'm pointing at whatever, and I'm like, what is this? And we're looking around to see, nothing should have caused it. Well, when that rock come out of that over that cedar tree is a small cedar tree. When it came over or through, I saw it out of the corner of my eye. My son was facing that direction. When I took a step past that tree, that rock came out of the bush, and you know who on the phone said, I don't quite understand. And I grabbed my pocket because we're not hunting, we're in scouting mode, but still we're in the woods. And I'm like, I'm looking at my phone like, what caused that? And my son, y'all, he's so dry, funny, smart aleck, all that. He said, are we just going to ignore the fact we just had a rock thrown at us? I'm like, no, all of this is going through my mind. I'm trying to figure out what to do. I said, I think we need to face whatever it is and back down slowly, because I don't want to trigger a predatory response, because I wasn't thinking Bigfoot. So that's what we did. And we got to talking about it. I said, he said, what was it? I said, I don't know what it was. I said, but here's the bottom line. To do what just happened to us, something's got to have thumbs.
Yep.
And it's got to be big enough. So it's either a human, which I don't think is likely, because everybody we know is too lazy to come back way back in here. So driving down the road, I'm like, I wonder what's on the other side of that bush. So the next time we went through, we're being careful. We went through, and y'all, it's like a saddle, big bowl, half a bowl saddle, beautiful woods. When you come under those trees and it's wide open. So if we'd have went past that tree, whatever was there, we would have seen it. So I believe it was like, hey guys, you're getting a little too close.
Yeah, back out.
And toss the rock. So I truly believe that's what that was.
Because if he would have been aggressive, he would have hit you with the rock, not just letting you know he's there to back out.
Yeah, there's a difference. When I hear people say toss or thrown, I'm like, no, wait a minute. Was it lobbed or was it whizzed by you like a baseball? Most of them, it was lobbed. But every now and then, aggressively, no, we could hear it whizzing. So I'm like, yeah, it's time to go.
Yeah, but even though it's whizzing, they can kill a bird on the fly with a rock. So if they wanted to hit you, they were going to hit you.
Yeah. I've heard that from a lot of experienced people. Like, we have a mutual friend that they were researching and went to this place, and they was getting rocks tossed at them. And then one of them got hit in the leg. And when that happened, everything stopped. It was like, oh, we're sorry, and they were kind of scared, but when it bounced, it hit other rocks and it bounced,
Yeah, bounced up and hit them.
Unexpected way. Yeah. So he said, as soon as that happened, everything stopped. So I don't know. I'm learning a lot. I appreciate people welcoming in and talking to me, because I am genuinely curious. And when you go through something like that at early age, like most of us sitting here know, it never goes away. I mean,
Well, that's the next question. Has anybody got PTSD from it? And the answer is yes, of course. Nearly everybody gets PTSD from their experiences with a cryptid or a UFO or paranormal. It depends on how you deal with that PTSD.
Do you think it's been there before that I feel like PTSD is a qualifier for some of this? Does that make sense?
So my way of thinking is, I don't know whether it gave me that, but I do know it affected my life in ways that I changed habits. I changed the way I did things. I changed the way I hunted. I changed a lot of things because of that 30 seconds.
Wow.
You know what I mean? It's just
it's a pivotal moment.
Yeah. Lori, I'm gonna blame you for me losing my voice.
Oh, whatever.
Coley and I are both
down there.
Lori's been sleeping while you've been talking. I guess you're bored.
I'm in chat. You be quiet.
I'm sorry.
Coley and I both are trained counselors. And that's something as a counselor you deal with on a daily basis is PTSD. Definitely. It can be caused by anything. It don't have to be war. It don't have to be cryptids. It can be from being beaten as a child. It could just even, it could be, your lover could cause it just because you don't think they care enough. Could cause PTSD. It's up to each individual person what causes the PTSD and how deep the PTSD goes.
Well, to answer the question, I just thought of this. When I first got into this, I met a fella that he had such a scary encounter that lasted 20 or 30 minutes. And he went home and he lost his job. He wouldn't come out of the house.
Yeah.
He said he didn't work for 6 months, and he had to, of course, he was a veteran too. He'd been to war and all that. And it just messed him up. I don't know if he every time I would watch him tell that story, he would be shaking. He would tear up, so.
Well, that's what I said. Each individual is different. There's KH said he had a rock thrown at his feet before he got zapped and it caused him PTSD. I got knocked completely out down in Alabama from being zapped. They had to call an ambulance to come pick me up and take me to the hospital.
Well, I'm going to tell you something about that place. Gary, you know this. That place, it start with an H.
Yep.
That place has the weirdest energy, some of the weird. Coley,
there's an evil.
There's an evil there. There's other stuff too. That when I pulled in, I learned to express what's going on to Heather or whoever's with me,
right?
Just in case. So we pulled in. My stomach went into jitters. I can't explain it. It's an energy. I felt it in Sedona, Arizona. I didn't even know what Sedona was. We're driving through there, and it's like my hair was on fire. I'm looking around like I was suspicious of the garbage cans. I'm like, what's going on? It's like,
yeah.
And I didn't know
the vortex right there.
Yes, I didn't know, but I had the same feeling.
No, see, that's like Gene said, the evil at that place is not from the forest people, the Bigfoot. I know exactly where it's coming from. I know what's causing it. And the reason I brought this up, no, it's not paranormal. I will say this. I won't say the word because it invites them in. It starts with the skin. Some people call them that, and some of them call it a W and ends
Isn't
with
that
go.
paranormal or no? I thought the skin.
Well,
they can be considered paranormal. But the reason I brought this up, they knocked me out on purpose, because if they hadn't have and got me to the hospital, I wouldn't have lived. That's when I got so bad that I wouldn't have lived through the rest of the day. They did it on purpose. But what I was saying about it, that did not cause PTSD to me.
Yeah.
It all depends on the circumstances and the individual on whether it's going to cause PTSD or not.
Look, when something first happens, I've seen it. I've gone through this. I've seen it with people. When the first scream I ever heard, the reaction was way different than at the beginning of this year at the LVL when a little group of us went out. They were making calls, had a recorder going. Everybody was seasoned at that point. Some people 50 years, me, like 5 or 6 years. Even Heather has been in the thick of it. She's sitting in the truck. All these seasoned researchers and are sitting here. And then Kumbo makes the call. We have coyotes, north side. They die off. He makes another call. Coyotes on the south side. We're right on top of the river on the bridge.
Yeah.
And the third one he did at the same time, 2 female sounding boogers started at the same time, and they got to their peak of their call. And obviously I have never heard an alpha male until right then. When he started, everything shut up. He come over the top of them. It was so deep and so, oh my. But what I'm saying is I'm a people watcher, and I'm looking around, and everybody helped. They didn't say anything. They let the call go because we knew the recorders were going. And when the call finished, we all looked at each other. Just
Yeah.
so now, if it had been my first ever time, I might have jumped off the bridge. Who knows? But the more you do this, and the more you learn, which is with anything else,
Yeah.
the better it gets, I guess. Now that depends on the encounter.
Well, that's what I was saying. It depends on the person. It depends on the encounter, whether it's going to cause PTSD or not.
Absolutely.
Like my son woke up, he was sleeping in the cab of his pickup, and he woke up with one right over the windshield looking in at him. And you bet it caused PTSD.
If not a little pee.
That's what I was thinking.
It was a brown pants moment because he drove all the way up here from down in south 3 hours away in southeast Oklahoma in those same pants. When he got here, I made him take a shower. He stunk so bad.
Poopy boy.
Did he bite a hole in the seat with his rear end?
Yes. But that's what I'm saying. It depends on the person. It depends on the experience, whether it's going to cause PTSD. Some people never get PTSD from it, but others get it the first time, and they get it every time after that.
Well, you think about it. Let's say, for instance, a bank robbery. Few people come in, and you got people that's never had anything bad happen in their life. They're probably going to have the pee also and scream and pass out or whatever. You have guys that might be a little more experienced, maybe have some training or whatever. And everybody's going to react to that situation different. It's the same thing with these. It's not a cookie cutter answer. You know,
that's it. You cannot say yes, you cannot say no, because it's going to be different for every occasion. And right, here's the next one. We got to get through these questions. And then we can just chat. Are you sure that you aren't remote viewing, projecting yourself on their plane of reality and interacting with them? This is from BJ. You know BJ.
Oh, I don't know enough to say yes or no, but I do know this. My interactions changed when I started letting my intentions be known, and I started speaking my intentions in my head. I don't know, I don't know whether that makes me feel better or it's actually working, but it seems to be helping.
We're showing them respect, and then they're going to show you respect. And here's another one. Has anyone ever heard of close encounters cause the experiencer's eye colors to change?
Not personally. I think I heard a story. I don't remember where I heard it. Maybe TikTok or something. But does trauma do that? Y'all are counselors. Can you have a bad enough experience that it would change your body?
It'll turn your hair gray overnight. I can tell you that. Certain experiences will. Yeah. I know, me too.
Why
they're
go to the salon.
I've never heard of it changing the eye color, but I do know people that it's turned them gray overnight. Not just their beard, their hair, everything has turned gray overnight. It was so bad. And they're the ones that got PTSD from it. So it's possible, but I've never heard of it. Is what
it's kind of similar because they're getting hit with electricity. Kind of just think of somebody who's been electrocuted.
That's what I was thinking, Coley. I was trying to figure out because there's definitely, well, not definitely. I'm not going to say that. There seems to be some kind of energy, some kind of vibration, like he's saying. The more, I read Mr. Moorhead's book, and if I'd have read it 5 years ago, I would have been ready for it. I sent him a message and thanked him for writing it because I was ready at that point to read it, and I understood it. Even though we don't know everything or much of anything, really, all of those possibilities will stay on the table until we find out for sure. I mean, but see, it's good to ask questions like that because that's going to be in the back of my head. So I'll keep that in my mind.
you'll start looking for that answer, and you'll start remembering to check it.
Yeah.
Here's another good one right here. Do you think the zapping is infrasound?
So
Yeah.
possibly, I'm gonna give you two answers. So whatever that happened to me that time, and I couldn't walk forward, I saw a documentary years later where they had a lion in a cage and had a reporter, and they didn't tell him what they were doing, and they had a device there to measure the infrasound, and I never had heard of that before. So they walked this guy in with the scientist, and this lion, he's breathing a little weird or whatever. They said, "What are you feeling right now?" And he was talking about his jittery and this and that. What he described is exactly what I felt at 13 years old. It was about a year before. So, and another thing that could affect you, it could affect Coley different than it affects me, than it
Yes.
affects Gary. So, it could be that, but I've also heard, a lot, Doug on their show, they call it the hum.
Yeah.
He's gotten stuff from all over the world with this hum that's associated with cryptids and Bigfoot. And I heard what I thought was a truck taking off way in the distance, because I'm a little harder hearing, and we're sitting in the truck in that north end spot. So I'm thinking it's, 3 or 4 miles away on the road, on the back road. And it sounds to me like a truck taking off hauling a trailer. And I didn't think anything about it. And so Peyton and Heather's like, "You hear that?" I'm like, "Yeah, it's a truck over there." And they're, "No, it's right beside you." I'm like, "No, it's not. No, it's right beside you, right there in that patch of woods right there." So I call, I got people I can call. I called Kumbo. I said, "Look, this happened to me." He says, "Is this the place where you think you got the young one?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "Roger, I've heard that many times." He said, here's what's likely happening is, a chicken, a rooster, they're young, they try to crow, they can't. They're not mature enough yet. And then they get old enough, they crow for the first time. He said the males, and I don't know if it's male and female, but he said they'll try to practice it, but they can't hit that low note yet because they're not formed old enough and mature enough yet, but they practice it, and it'll sound like a hum. Sometimes it'll sound like a motorbike, a low motorbike motor, or a truck. And he said they're trying to hit you with it, but they can't, because you can't hear infrasound, right? Because it's below our hearing. He said, now that's probably, now he didn't say absolutely. He said, but way you're describing it and what you've told me before about this place, that's probably what he was doing. And he said, I think he's messing with y'all anyway, because y'all kind of made peace with him, so to speak. And so, without.
Can I say something about that?
Yes, you can, please.
Infrasound is a frequency that's beyond our hearing.
Mm-hmm.
What infrasound does is it vibrates that bone in your middle ear, which causes you to get sick at your stomach. Mm-hmm. It can give you headaches. It can make you blackout, depending on how strong that frequency is. So that's what infrasound is. And I've even been told that you can take and plug your ears with your fingers while that's happening, and it will decrease the effect of infrasound. That's the only way that it can affect you is to that vibration has to vibrate that middle ear bone. And
so that vibration would probably interfere with the liquid inside your tubes and cause
yes.
Well,
yes.
I do know I got hit with something one day hunting on the south end. I heard 2 heavy footsteps right at daylight. And y'all know how it feels. You're going up a mountain and you'll get the pressure and you'll get the pop and whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sitting still. I've been sitting still for an hour. And all of a sudden, both ears, I feel that pressure, which I've only felt going up a mountain, and I've only felt it in a tornado. I'm not moving. So I called Mary Fabian in, Pennsylvania and said, "Hey, I need to talk to you about this." And she said, "Yeah, that can happen." But one of my ears, I've got damage in where I was listening to AC/DC too loud, and high school. So I
Well,
busted
what
eardrum
better way to
listening.
go, Roger?
That's right. That's
Better way
right.
to
Yeah.
go.
It felt like an ice pick went in there, and and so anyway, so I've got a little bit of damage there, but that side felt like it was vibrating, tingling, and I don't know if it was infrasound or whatever, but that's something we need to talk about. And there's a whole lot more smarter people than me, and we know that Kumbo, they were testing infrasound and ultrasound in the labs at NASA, years ago, and taking it out to the field for Bigfoot research. So he's one to talk to about that, because it definitely does something to you.
And it'll also affect electronics too. They drain batteries like crazy. Now, whether it's infrasound or if it's just their ability to do it, we don't know. But you go out there with brand new batteries and they can drain them completely down and within a few minutes.
So, all right, we're talking about energy now. Now, is it coincidence that a lot of these places that have encounters and researchers go a lot have quartz all over the ground and power line cuts, even train
ley
tracks.
lines?
That's another thing. That place we're talking about is on the 33rd parallel also.
Right.
So,
and if Brown Springs the same way, it's right there. It's got crossing ley lines under it.
Yep. So,
electromagnetic fields can also be manipulated, because go back to the Cuba Havana syndrome, because that's what that was. So that could be used too. And that's military weapons are basically manipulating the electromagnetic field.
Yep. Mm-hmm. I believe the more I learn, I'm more accepting, and then it feels like it's almost just out of reach. Like I'm not smart enough to figure this out. But I love comments like that, Lori, because it reminds me of something I heard that I wouldn't have thought about. And that's the thing. There's so much to it. You forget a lot. And then you go, we find Tennessee, we got all these deep caves. There's a cave running under this one spot of land that goes for a few miles. It goes to the river, and you can put a boat in it.
The energy from the river, even.
The energy in the river, right. To the ions, what negative. And that's what I usually ask people. They'll email me or call me. I saw this and I've got this issue. And then I've been seeing orbs and sparks of light. I said, do you live close to running water or a waterfall? And a lot of times they're like, how did you know? I'm like, it's just a lucky, it's like, it seems to be always next to something that's moving like that, so.
Well, if you remember, Roger, I'd sent you an email. This is before I even talked to anybody online. And I sent you an email about the frequencies and the vibration and how we emit certain frequencies. And, what we do is we release a frequency. Everybody does. And it's in like 12 microns, which is so many megahertz, whatever. And it's in the infrared field. So it's actually anything out there that can see in infrared can read us. And that is what is known as our aura. Some people can see that, some people can't. But animals that see in infrared are able to see that. So that's where your intentions fall in. If you go out there and you're happy and you're this and that, then you've got a beautiful aura. You go out there with hate and negative, then you have this bad aura. Well, these animals out there, you're like a glowworm walking through the wood.
You're
and people
exactly
just don't,
right.
That was
people just don't
profound,
understand
Lori. I was not expecting that. That was
Lori,
Lori, you know a thing or two.
Lori's holding back, y'all.
I went down this rabbit hole. I could talk to you all day about frequencies, vibrations, and all that, and how we, all that. And that's how cloaking happens, is that if something, you think about a hummingbird's wings. Okay, you can sit there and see the hummingbird come to the feeder, but can you really see its wings? No, they're there, but you can't see them. And that's because the wings are going so fast, it's at a vibration that our eyes are not able to see. Well, it's the same thing, I think, with these creatures, is that if they can vibrate, and we too, if we could change our vibration and vibrate in that frequency, like infrasound, ultrasound, in those megahertz and kilohertz and all that stuff, if we were able to do that, we could disappear too, because we would vibrate so fast that we could not be seen.
And let me ask you this. Let me
Preach
ask
it,
you
girl.
this. If you're sitting there and something's hitting you with infrasound and it's vibrating your eyeballs, is it blurry or is your vision blurry?
It can cause you to actually, the infrasound can cause you to hallucinate. It can make you, it can make you see things too. So yeah, depends on how hard you're hit with the infrasound. Yeah.
And I've heard different levels. And one thing for anybody that'll argue with Lori on what she just said about the auras and the energies and all that and the animals, I can tell you right now, I've got 2 dogs in this house. They know when I'm in a bad mood and they know when I'm in a good mood. They know.
Yeah.
They'll look at me instantly and they'll either come console me or skulk off. You know what I mean? And I got to noticing that. I said, if they know that, what else knows that? So
Exactly. And there's senses out there. Those creatures that live in the woods, I mean, just think they're out there. So they're sensing things is way more than ours are. Because we're all, think about all this dirty electricity and everything that we have around us that's dumbing our senses down. Well, you know, just like you get in a car with somebody that smokes and you're not a smoker, you know that they're a smoker. You know, and people go out here hunting and they, you know, that cologne, even your clothes, what you wash the detergent and stuff, you know, that they can smell it. They know.
Coley,
They know
I'm gonna
that.
tell you something. One of the weirdest things that ever happened to me. I was working for the Tennessee Lottery, and my route was big, and it was I would go to these little communities close to Alabama and all. And I was in this little store, and this lady, I was talking to her. She was the business owner. There was one lady come in, a little short lady, and I'm talking, and she's talking, and I look down, and this lady is looking up at me, and she's got this peaceful smile. She's grinning and looking her eyes. She's grinning. She's smiling with her eyes. I said, "Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. I'm running my mouth. You come on, up here and do your business." She says, "No." She said, "Let me see your hands. You mind if I look at your hands?" I'm like, "I don't care." And she said, "I'm picking up something." And she looked at my palms and she looked up at me and she said, "You don't even know, do you?" I'm like, "What?" And she walked out. I'm like, "Who does people like that?"
Wait a minute.
But she did say, "You'll know in time." That floored me. Like, I want to know now. Get back here. Like, what do you, but
I would have chased her down.
yeah, but apparently I wasn't ready. But I found out some things that I think she may be talking about. I don't know if y'all believe in this. I don't know whether to believe it or not. But the thing with the M in your palms, maybe that's what she was looking at. The aura thing, different blood types. I'm one of the rare blood types.
So am I. I'm our AB negative.
I'm O negative, so it's not probably. I don't know how rare yours is, but mine's. But here's the thing. Have you ever noticed that the people that are drawn to you are kind of the same? You ever asked that question? Like
yeah.
So
it always is drawn to me anywhere I go, and I said I will leave one behind. But the most extreme case of, I don't know what it is or how it is, but it will find me and I will be its enemy for whatever reason. It will make me its enemy. I mean, I've been called the FBI, all sorts of crazy, but there's always, I said there's certain things. And I think it is that energy. It has to be like some of the energy that I'm emitting must be a big magnet for that.
Yeah. I ran up on my great grandmother's name was Lydia Gray Eyes. And that's on my dad's side, and on my mom's side, there's Cherokee blood also. So I found this out. Me and my son were walking in Cherokee, North Carolina, and I don't do anything illegal. But if there's not a sign telling me I can't do it, I'm gonna test it. I'm gonna test the edges. So
yeah,
I'm looking around, and I'm like,
after.
I'm like, wonder if we can go down this trail here. He said, "I don't know. Nobody's over there." I'm like, "Anybody here tell us we can't do it?" He said, "No, let's go." So I felt drawn to the water. There was a river, and I love waterfalls and rivers and stuff and water. So we're walking down through there, and I'm like, man, this is so peaceful. I come up on a young female that's really pregnant and a young male, and they're obviously a couple, but then there's an older lady there. They're all Cherokee. When we met on the trail, I'm always speak to everybody. I nod, how you doing? I looked her right in the eyes, and she had a different color to her skin, and her eyes were the grayest eyes I've ever seen. And I was like, I stopped. I was like, what are y'all doing? She said, oh, we're walking the baby out. I'm like, what does that mean? Exactly what it sounds like. I said, so if she has the baby, you're going to deliver it right here? She said, yeah, I've done it before. I can take care of it. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. And we're talking, small talk. And I said, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. The reason I stopped you, you have gray eyes. And my great, great, great grandmother was Lydia Gray Eyes. And I want to know a little bit, is that something special? She looked at me and smiled, and she said, she's always known who you are.
Wow.
And I got full body goosebumps. My son told me later, said, Daddy almost jumped in the river.
That's what you're looking for, isn't it, Roger?
Yes. And so
you're looking for the similarities that make you, because I too have some of the, I can go into it, but I get what you're talking about now.
Yeah. And I learned more in 30 minutes standing in the middle of the woods in a place I wasn't supposed to be about some of my heritage and than I ever would from a book. And the gray eyes explains some of what is happening to me. You know what I mean? What she told me. And she said, I don't remember exactly how she put it, but she said the gray eyes are supposed to be more in tune. Yeah, I may butcher this, like in tune with nature, more in tune with people, in tune with more everything that I am. I am. So that floored me, and it's almost like I felt drawn to the trail, and I just was so thankful. And somebody asked about missing time earlier in the show. I saw it over here. That trip.
They're asking right now.
That I've had missing time twice. And not only did I have missing time, my son was with me, and I had an older truck that didn't have the clock that changed with the time zone. So we left the hotel at a certain time, and I knew exactly how far we was going. And we're pulling into Nashville from Knoxville, and I'm like, how did we get here this quick? He said, where was so-and-so? Where was this at? And I get to thinking, I'm like, we shouldn't be here right now. And he looked at me, he said, this is weird. So we get home, and I get on Google Maps, and the hotel we stayed at, I'm like, how far is it if you go 40 and to 65? How many miles is it? And how long should it take? We were missing an hour. Not only were we missing an hour, we were missing 70 miles on the truck. And the speed limit was 70 miles an hour.
Wow.
You talking about, can't explain it. Now, we were frog gigging when I was younger. It was about midnight. And me and two friends, it was only like 50 yards to this pond down this hill. We get out of the trucks, we get our gigs and flashlights, we go down there, we get a few frogs. We're coming back. We're walking up the hill, and I see an outline of a doe, a silhouette where the sky's lightening up, and I'm like, oh, look at that doe over there on this other road. And yeah. And then I was like, wait a minute. What time is it? And it was sunrise. And we were only down there for what seemed like an hour. Now, one of my Native American friends told me it was the little people. So I'm like, shut up. I don't want to hear that. But there was me and my son confirmed, and then me and the two other guys confirmed. I'm like, how long do you think we were down there? He said, no more than an hour. I mean, we've been within 50 yards of the truck the whole time. And it took me a second to realize the sun was coming up. I'm like, what just happened? But anyway, y'all.
No, that's I think I would love to, after this, Roger, to do a show with you and do some of the UFO stuff, because I think I can help make sense out of a lot of some of the things. I really would love that.
Do you do paranormal too?
Yeah. I grew up in the paranormal. That's like my home away from home.
Okay.
Roger, this is a paranormal show. Where have you been?
MIA.
I'm the para, not normal.
Welcome to our little panel.
I would say I march to the beat of my own drum, whatever that is.
I'm going to get me a t-shirt. I'm the para, not normal.
Para, not normal.
Yeah, and I've got so much. It's like, and it's just like Coley said earlier. The more you share, the more you sound, the less credible you sound.
Yeah, I used to think that.
I don't
like,
care.
The
Yeah,
more
I don't-
you shouldn't care because that should make you more credible. But that's the way society kind of has it, laid out for everybody.
But here's the thing: I'm not telling Joe Blow, you better believe what I'm saying. I'm asking Joe Blow and Coley and Gary, what happened to me? I don't know what this
Yeah,
is,
help
you
me
know,
fill
like,
in some of
help
these
me.
blanks or
Right,
pieces,
yeah.
right? Oh, absolutely. And you go on the search of truth. That's what I think you can tell. And you can feel someone's excitement. You can feel like your story, I was pulled into. And it's, those things right there will tell you that somebody's testimony, you can really relate to it. You can feel it, That's
Yeah,
powerful.
So, Roger, do you feel like a newfound sense that, going on these podcasts and telling your story and sharing it, do you feel like that has really given you a purpose to continue and be uplifting as you are?
What it did, I didn't realize what it was going to do. What it did the first time I told my stories, first time it was the Bigfoot, all the Bigfoot stuff, and then it was the next time it was the paranormal UFO. And then I was so scared the person was going to cut me off. I was like, River, that's my buddy River. He's from Australia, y'all. Hey, mate.
The thunder down under, I call them.
But I was talking so fast that I was scared I was going to get cut off because I never had got to talk about it. And when I got finished, okay, it's out there now, right? I can't undo it. It's out there. So what I do, I go hide in the basement, or do I keep talking about it? Now, what it did that I didn't expect, it brought me to people like you guys, and it brought other people to me. And now there's this community of people that support each other. And I'm careful because, like you've heard me do this a few times this show, when I speak in an absolute, I pull back. No, wait a minute. I can't say that for 100%, but this is what I think. Coley's done the same thing. This is my, right. Gary's done the same thing. This is my opinion, because I don't want to do that. I want to put what happened out there. And, if somebody wants to tell me what they think it is or whatever, somebody that's more experienced, somebody that studied this stuff, there's things like with this quartz thing, y'all talking about going down rabbit holes. And that night the orb showed up, I was making coal fire. I never had done that before. I'm at midnight on the 33rd parallel and one of the most crazy places you can imagine. And I'm doing this here. Then when I do that, all these orbs pop up and I'm like, did I do something? You know what I mean? I'm not going to do it again.
Right.
But yeah, it's just, that's why y'all see me in chat when I can be here. I can't be here all the time, but you'll see me in your chat. You'll see me in other shows chat, because I'm listening to the guests. I'm listening to the host. I enjoy it because this is part of me. This is not what I'm doing for fun. This is part of me trying to figure out what the hell it is. So
right. That's well said. Well said, Roger.
Yeah, well said. I said that it is. I'm here. I said, and I never take it that for granted that I get to ask the people firsthand questions. Questions I've it's like with everybody, I always have like a group of things, and it's great. And then it provides an opportunity for everybody in chat and everybody to ask those questions. Cause I was at a place where no one would answer questions because I didn't have enough subscribers or I didn't have, enough whatever. And then it got to a point, I'm like, I don't want anybody to ever sit and feel like that.
Well, when it boils down to it, we are all in this together. I mean, we all have questions. We've had experiences. We are learning. And if we can't, talk on shows like this, even though you got stupid people like me acting up, but, if we can't do that in these shows, then what else are we supposed to do? It's got to get out there.
And
we all ride the short bus, okay?
That's what we're all here for. We're all here to learn from each other, not just, nobody's an expert. We've all got to learn it. And, I've got my experiences. I've got what they've told me. You've got your experiences and what they've told you. And yes, Roger, you've had mine speak. They've talked to you and you didn't realize it was them.
Right.
Coley's the same way. They've talked to Coley. The aliens have talked to Coley a lot. But we've all had experiences that the others haven't had, and we're here to learn from them.
Right.
And where we run in, where the problem is with all of us is, you know, I don't know how old everybody is, but I'll say in the past, ever how far back, people automatically shushed you or don't say that or call you crazy. And you have these people that are, I've heard y'all talk about it before. I've seen it. They attack viciously. People only attack viciously when you're on to something.
Right.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Why are you so ticked off? What's your problem?
I've been around long enough that you didn't talk about this at all. My grandparents what they would tell me was, you don't go out there. There might be a booger out there.
Right.
Yeah.
But that's all you was not allowed to talk about it back when I was young. I've been around a lot longer than any of y'all.
I think the Salem witch trials shut a lot of people up. You know what I mean? It's like,
Now, wait a
you can
minute
see
now.
how it can turn into the craziness, and there's been other things. And I've heard back when I was really young, don't go over there. The boogers will get you. Well, I thought it was the boogeyman.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, I'm always and that comes from my grandmother. Like, well, go to the Frigidaire and get me a cold drink. And I go in there and I'm like, what? A Frigidaire?
I do the same stuff.
So I went in the back room one day and she had two, I don't know, 40s or 50s refrigerators back there. It looked like 57 Chevys with all the chrome on it. And I'm like, and I was reading it, said, Frigidaire. So I'm always one to like, where did that word come from? You know? And so boogers, I thought was boogeyman.
We had them old refrigerators like that, only we didn't call them refrigerators. We called them ice boxes.
Ice box.
Gary's old, yeah. But
Gary's so old that dust doesn't stick to him.
But
She didn't like you, Gary. She wouldn't be poking fun at you.
I know.
He'll get her back.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he will.
I know. I know he will.
Just like Roger, I tease Roger all the time because I like him. Coley the same way. Lori, Cindy. If we're not teasing each other, then there's something wrong because we like each other. We're going to tease each other. We're going to make life worth living.
Well, that's
Yes,
another
Preach
thing.
it.
I tell people on my show, Pops, you've heard this. Lori, you've heard this. Cindy, you've probably heard this. But I'll give everybody a warning every now and then. We take the subject very seriously. We don't take ourselves seriously. So if we're having fun with something, don't think we're just blowing it off. When it's time to get serious, we'll do it. But I'm going to have fun because this is not what's leading my life. If you let it take over, you'll be one of these people that are lashing out at folks for saying something that they don't agree with. I'm not going to become that. There's no egos on our show. I told Amanda when I asked her to join me, I said, if you come on here and you end up going further and doing bigger and better things, I'll be your biggest fan and I'll feel like a proud dad. So don't worry about that. You got
to be open-minded, and even if you disagree with what they're saying, you don't want to start an argument with them. You just let them believe what they believe because that's their choice.
Well, I'm going to tell you this. I gave my son some advice when he was around 10 or 11. And I told him, I said, the second that you feel like you know everything about a subject, that's as smart as you'll ever get on that subject. If you're comfortable with that, that's fine. But it's your choice. So if I see people rejecting things and they're like, oh, I'll just deal with the science. I'm like, what Lori said was all science. What are you talking about? What are you
Who knew? Good Lord, Lori. That was profound.
She's holding back, y'all. Lori.
Oh, yes, she is. Now I know I'm on to her.
Yep.
I sent Roger an email. This is before I ever said a word to anybody in chat. And I sent him an email, and it was all about that. And I said, you're kind of wondering about this, so here you go. He actually contacted me and said, well, do you want to be on my show? I was like, no.
Well,
No.
she was here. Lori was here for about a week, and that little heifer walked out our backyard and was picking up 4-leaf clovers like they were nothing. Now, if that don't tell you something, you know, talk about stirring the witch's cauldron.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, we're on to you now, Lori.
That's right.
I just want to know. I mean, I'm one of those. I want to know. I want to know how things work. I don't care how many books I have to read or whatever I got to do. I just want to know those things. It's interesting.
Or talk to experienced people. You know,
Yep.
it's I like to do both. I like to read, but here's the thing. Like I say about Bigfoot, I only actually know 100% what's happened to me. Gary tells me stuff, I take his advice, I mull it around, and then 2 years from now it proves to be true. You know, I'm like, Gary, you was right. Well, so if I read a book and I don't know the person, can I trust the book? Because I used to write for a newspaper and I had to be very careful. One night we had a snowstorm coming and we had a Facebook page and I did a parody and I was taking pictures from like Yellowstone and Wisconsin, this deep snow. And I'm like, oh, this is Farmer Brown. He's digging out. He's in so-and-so county, Tennessee. I had people told me, I said, man, I knew you were joking, but I work at Dollar General and we sold all of our bread. They thought
Good old Dollar General.
I had to be careful. We got lucky and got like 14 inches of snow, which is very rare, and saved my butt. But I was joking. I thought everybody knew. It turned into a war of the worlds type situation, you know.
Oh my god.
So I've been a writer, and I know the power of that pen. So I would rather listen to Lori or Gary or y'all, people who've lived it, rather than somebody that. I'm not saying everybody that writes lying. I'm just saying I want to look you in the face when you tell me, so I can get the whole experience, you know. So
yes,
I'll shut up. Sorry,
That's
I'll
why
talk.
No, you
I want to ask everybody here a question though. This will make sense. How many times have y'all changed your mind over the last few years about what this is?
Oh, you.
Just like I changed my underwear.
Yep.
couple times a year.
At least a couple every Saturday. Thank you.
Every Saturday, whether they need it or not.
That's right.
I mean, you know, because I don't think anybody knows, and I don't know if we ever will. But I mean, we're all in the
That's
same
why
boat.
I'm doing the show, you know, because I'm kind of new to this myself. I mean, I may laugh and joke and cut up, but this is something that's very profound to me, because whenever I went to LBL, I've always wanted to go. And when Gary needed me, I said, sure, let's go. And I didn't do that because it's like, yeah, good job, pat you on the back. I did that because I wanted to meet these people and meet, you know, and listen to your stories and put my own spin on it and see, you know, it's like, hey, this happened to me. What do you think? Am I just crazier than usual or what, you know?
So that big crowd.
And poor Gary, you know, like he offered me a ride, and I'm sure he regrets that today.
So what was what kind of energy from the people did you get?
I got Miss Verby was one in particular. She lets out some energy that, I mean, she may be laughing and joking, but in her scooter, I'm telling you what, that woman just can look at you and you know that she's vibing on something. And, you know, everybody, even yourself, Roger, I mean, it was a pleasure meeting you and meeting the crew.
Okay.
And, you know, like I say, I'm new to this, and everybody calls me Spurs because I have spurs on my boots. But, you know, I enjoyed myself. And when we were talking about it later in the camper, because we all stayed with Gary in his camper, long story there. But
that's a whole nother podcast.
Oh,
Right.
grab some whiskey for that one. But you know, I just learn a lot from you guys, and I don't like the idea of saying that, you know, Roger, you're an expert. You know, Gary, you're an expert, because there is no such thing as an expert.
No.
And I don't believe that. I mean, you know, I'm 19 hours away from having a PhD. Do I say, hey, I'm an expert? No, I don't. I want to be me. I want to know what you know, and then maybe together we can form a conclusion about what's going on.
Well, the
What's
thing
your
about that
PhD in?
is Bigfoot. Okay.
History.
History?
Yeah, history.
Did you see the orb in my tent with everybody else?
Yes.
That was your tent. I heard
Yep.
about that.
Yep.
Yep.
And
Wow.
Lori's like, you won't even sleep in your tent. That's exactly why I won't sleep in a tent, Gary, because I've had crazy stuff like that happen. And Gary, I tell you, I had something massive, breathing heavily, congested. There's like within 3 foot of me at the back of the tent, walking heavy footsteps. And I mean, that's the most vulnerable I've ever felt. I've got this little piece of material. My dog, Honey, I talked about earlier. She was at the foot of our air mattress, and she was closest to the wall. And if she'd have been a barking dog, I wouldn't be here right now. But she let out a low growl, and I reached down and touched her, let her know I was awake, and she stopped. And I was like, "Oh, thank you, Jesus!" It's like, because if she goes off, we're in trouble.
It walked right behind my tent too.
Yeah, and it was so heavy. There was people 25 and 30 yards away was hearing it and was asking what that was, because they didn't care. It was stepping on sticks. It was making noise. It bumped into Neoma Finn's car. She was sleeping right next to us in her car, and it bumped into her car and then turned and went back in the woods through that dry creek bed. And I told her, she said, "Oh, I thought that was you peeing." I'm like, "No." She said, "I thought about turning the lights on just to mess with you." I said, "I wish you would have, so we'd have known what it was." But,
Hey, let's take turns and answer this question. Roger, what do you think Bigfoot is?
I don't know. I really don't. I'm at the point right now where I think it could be different things, like not just one thing. Is there a leftover, half man, half animal or whatever from history? Because y'all know I did the test. I've got Neanderthal, which a lot of people do, but mine's high on the spectrum from most people. So I don't know whether we have some of those and we have these different types. And then if I was a being, I've thought about this. If I was a being and I was going to visit Coley's house and kidnap her like I did before, but I didn't want her to know it was me, could I make myself look like any type of monster I wanted to look like? You know what I'm saying? Could I mess with your mind a little bit to make you think you're seeing this or that? I feel like at this point, we can't say exactly, but I've heard enough different stories and enough different interactions in different parts of the country and world that I think we're dealing with multiple things and we're misidentifying what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Good answer.
But that's
Miya, what do you think it is?
I'm with Roger on this. I think it's many different kinds of beings, just like, aliens and ghosts and even shadow people and orbs. They're all different. None of them are exactly the same, as far as like within the parameters of each type of different thing. But I do think that interdimensional has a huge part to play because of their ability to disappear. And some people describe seeing that like glimmer, shimmer on their coat. So that's where I'm at there.
What does that mean? Like the shimmer from, is it like an interdimensional reflection or?
When they cloak.
Yeah, I've heard that's their cloaking capability and also their ability to travel in between dimensions. So, like the hooded shadow person I saw had that all over him. I was like, you're wearing a glitter hoodie right now? Like, what?
This is like the third time I've heard glitter. But aliens too, I've heard glitter.
Mm-hmm. I think
That's
it's an
interesting.
interdimensional thing. I think it's part of cloaking. Like, they could be right here next to us and we don't see them, but in a reflection we might, or in a photograph we might.
So they have like 1,000 little mirrors.
I don't know. I'm asking a question because I legitimately don't know. So is it a possibility that like us, we generate electricity through our bodies and all that? You think it's a possibility that some of these beings take in some energy to use
yeah.
it? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, okay.
Yeah.
Loosh is a big theory. Yeah. Good or
Okay.
bad. Yeah. And I do think
Oh,
that
yeah.
we glow up like as soon as we start perceiving the other beyond the veil, the other realms, whatever you want to say. I do think that our bodies, our energy bodies, start to glow in a way that everything else begins to be like, oh, this one's aware. There's
Mhm.
something in our energy that they can sense that lets them know that we can perceive them. I think.
You can
Anyway.
travel as an orb, pop
Yeah.
up as an orb.
Yeah.
All right, Lori.
I kind of agree with what Roger said. I mean, I think there are things that are of the earth. I also believe there are things that are spiritual. I also believe that there are things that, such as evil things out there, that are able to shapeshift and become what they think you want to see. So it's hard to say what you're running into. You don't really know.
So Lori, just I
That's
make a
what I
point.
believe.
That's really good because what you just hit upon is that's why we should be having shows with Bigfoot and energies and orbs and ghosts and UFOs and all that, because that way we can maybe tie it together or rule it out. You know, so I love this, y'all. I'll shut up. Everybody on here is like, man, you get Roger on here, you won't say nothing.
No, it's been great. They do go hand in hand, Roger. They do in so many ways. Go hand in hand.
It's kind of
Coley.
it's hard to fathom the idea of there being all these dimensions and portals and this and that. But I have, reading the science and stuff, I think it exists. Yeah. So
we
I
can
don't know
just
what
go
they
back.
are. I really
We
don't
can-
know.
We can just right here with you two. You saw an orb outside my tent and went in my
Yep.
tent. What is
Yep.
that? There was 8 of you saw the same thing.
Mhm.
What color?
Aqua green, aqua
Yep.
blue, aqua green. And I even contacted Nighthawk about that, and he explained to me that that color is an angelic color. So it was a good feeling. And none of us were scared. I mean, we were just looking at it like, wow, look. And I mean, it was kind of weird because I mean, didn't think of taking a picture, and I didn't feel any fear. I mean, it was like kind of peaceful. So it made sense
Like
when he said
a
that.
matter of fact, when we've seen it, it's like, oh, well, look at that.
Yeah.
All right, Coley, what do you think they are?
I'm going with Roger on this one. I'm always looking for something. I think that we are in fact creators and that we're making this and we're going to take this to an extreme unless we do the inversion, and my theory on that. But yeah, I think it's absolutely wonderful that we can have these conversations because we don't know for sure. And unless we do come in contact with others, like we have ET, paranormal, UFO all together, or cryptids all together, you're not going to know. It's either like, oh my gosh, I can relate to this. This is important. Let's, these are the similarities. These are the differences. And like, I think that this is really needed. A lot of these roundtables are really needed. So yeah, I've appreciated tonight very much. Thank you.
Cyndy?
No, I'm gonna agree with everybody on the panel because I mean I'm learning a lot, and I am right back at you. I am trying to pinpoint what I think it is, but when I had my near-death experience, died twice, and it's like when I talked to Jesus and I asked him, "What's the world? What's this going on in the world? What do I expect in life?" And it was so surreal to me because everything that he said to me, I took it in and absorbed it. And I use that whenever I'm out at these meet and greets or the conferences or whatever, or even out in my own backyard, because we've got some of the big guys out there. I tell everybody, you can call me crazy if you want, but I know what I see, what I smell, what I hear, what I can touch in the air. And I know that there is something out there. And I, for one, want to see it. I want to know what's out there. I don't want to hurt it. I don't want to, become best buds with it, sit down to supper with it. I'm afraid I'd be supper. So, and there's a lot of me to eat. So no, ain't happening. But, I enjoy speaking with everybody and learning from you guys, because if I can take away one thing, I would say that we, as the human race, have adapted to how we interpret what's around us. And if you can't adapt, then you need to go back to school and learn a thing or two.
Yep.
Because, it's all about being together.
How many of us had a choice in this? How many of us decided just to do this one day? You know what I mean? It's like, I wished I could be blind to some things.
Don't you want to trade a day with a normie, Roger? I would love to know what that would feel like for a day.
I had the chance to meet Dr. Jeff Meldrum, and he's one of my heroes. I didn't get to meet him. I mean, I met him in passing as he was flying by at one of the conferences in West Virginia. But one of his things that he had said, it struck me. And it was, you have to learn what your limits are. And you have to learn how to take those limits and stretch them out. Get them out there like feelers. And I tell you that, man, God bless him. He along with many other people in this world, they have so much to say. And let's give everybody a chance to say what they got to say. And let's try to figure this out.
Yep.
Absolutely. I think that's a part of the the mission, but Roger, I'm hearing too, there's some things like you're probably questioning on why certain things. I don't know what year or whatever. I'm 47. I got markered as, excuse me, and for the gifted and talented program, I found markers all along the way, and I've wondered myself, and I hear some of that coming out into you, like, why was it me? Why were all these strange things happening? What is it about myself? And I think that's very normal. And I think that's a curiosity. Like, I'm down that path also. I'm trying to find some of those similarities. And I really have within this. I think it would be great to compare notes. It really would be.
Well, we've spent so much time looking out here. Finally, one day I'm like, wait a minute, maybe I need to be looking in here.
Amen.
Yes.
So,
yes. And there are differences. Like, I mean, I could say, do you have, and you clarified you had part Native American, but with ET experiencers, it's either Irish or both, Native American or both. It's for the experience that experienced it that way, which I think is phenomenal. And that just doesn't come from me. I ask every single ET experiencer that comes. Maya's probably heard me. James Gillian's the one that brought that to my attention. And I have experiencer, data like that questionnaires I got from MUFON, I got from the government, I got from the Roper, which is Rob Bigelow. I started pulling all those questions together, finding out what are the government looking for in us. Then I'm gonna know what they're, so I have a ton of that information. I'd love to see some of that. I might not. Well, wait a minute. I might not want to. I bet you'll find a lot of similarities. Like, do you have low blood pressure? Do you have a low body temperature? I mean, there's all these different things that I run 1 degree lower. Like, I'll go in and they're like, "Oh, you're perfect." No, I'm running a fever. You never can run a fever. Yeah, yes, I get that.
Yep.
So, Maya, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Your ideas of there's an echo here. Sorry. Your ideas of what you experience in your life, with stars and how you get your feelings and auras and things like that. What's your spin on this with getting the word out there and asking people questions and try to answer those questions yourself?
Oh, what do you mean what my spin is? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, what are your thoughts on it? I mean,
well, I think that the more of us that talk, the better. I do think that all of us experiencers, contactees, whatever you want to label it, should be documenting this in any way we can, because when it comes down to it, everything is changing. The veil is ripping. Clear the fuck off. It's going to get only weirder from now. It's only going to get weirder and weirder and more in our face. And we need to be like, this is actually what happened. Don't pay attention to what the government's going to be feeding us or what they're going to try and write in the new history books about what UFOs are. Like, it's going to have to be written down, as historical evidence. We are the ones keeping the historical record for the people of tomorrow, that it's just going to be normal to see UFOs and Bigfoot. Because, yeah. So I
Well,
think that's the most important thing.
I,
Is, yeah,
sorry, I get excited because just what you said, it hit me a few 2 or 3 years ago. I was talking to one of my buddies that he's into all of this stuff, and he's like in his 70s, and it hit me one day. When I asked why us, why Coley, why you, why are we being positioned to help people when it comes to that point you just mentioned, where they'll have people to go to that they trust, or maybe I can help with a little bit, and say, hey, you need to talk to Coley, you need to talk to Gary, because it's confusing of why. Like I said, I feel like everything I've learned has been like a layer of an onion when I was ready, and I've always felt different. But I don't know how different. It's just a feeling. And now I'm starting to realize maybe we're being pulled along, educated, or where we're supposed to be to help in the future, just like what you said. That's why I got excited, because that kind of went along with that. And I believe that's possible. So,
yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I think that a lot of us like volunteered or were sent here for this time on purpose, because we have something within us that can accept the other worlds and other realms way easier. Some people could get really frightened forever and have this PTSD, but most of us might get scared the first time, but then next we're like, I want more. Like, tell me more. Let me know the truth. I want to know all of it. Right? Like, I see people peeking around the corner, shadow people or whatever in my house. I'm like, just come out already. Like, quit being creepy. I want to see the whole thing, So I think
Make it known.
within us. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I totally agree with that.
Did you notice that the sense of urgency, Roger, to find the others, so to speak, was this year, or coming up this year, I guess into next year?
you're talking about what do you mean the others?
So, like, pinging other people that are more like you, or like, I hear you saying a lot of, how do we word this without mine? Probably knows what I'm talking about. I just think there's a point, and we're coming to it, that you said that our place will come, right? That you hold a place in this.
And I don't know when or how. It's just a feeling, and it's just like the guy I was talking about that that's been talking to me for years, because he saw something in me I didn't see, and he kept telling me. He said, "You're not ready yet. You're not ready yet." Then he would go off and he would talk for 2 hours, and I'm like, Don, I'm full. I can't. We're going to continue this later. And so some of the conversations we had 20 years ago have come true. And so when that started happening, there's got to be a purpose, right? It can't just be accident. Why are we sitting here talking about this? It's bedtime. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, so we're sitting here excited talking about this and bouncing ideas off each other. You got people in chat that are, like Blackie just said, he's learned some things tonight or whatever. And I believe, like, that's what it's about. I mean, we're learning as we go, but there's also people being put in our lives that can help further that too. So I don't know.
That's what I mean by the others.
Yeah.
Do you think it has to do with like a frequency thing, or do you feel like, do you think of all times now, do you feel like a sense of urgency maybe to connect with other people that are more like yourself?
This is going to sound conceited.
No, it won't. I promise you. I'm asking you. I'm padding away here.
Have you forgotten what panel you're on?
I've always wondered why animals and people come to me. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I've always thought it was weird that I don't seek out these things. It's like they happen when they're supposed to. I wasn't looking for it. It's like some of the things you guys have said tonight, all of you. you see me lean up and interrupt like, oh my God, I can't believe you just said that. Because, and I don't want to sound too, I don't understand it, but that's,
Yes.
you know, and I don't know if I'm meant to understand it. I've kind of accepted it and I just let it happen. So like, you know, when Gary invited me on and I know what y'all do, I was like, heck yeah, I'll come on there. Because, you know, even if y'all would have talked the whole time and told your stories, I would have been on the edge of my seat listening and soaking it all in. So, you know,
I think we all need to, I think we all contribute to this, and that's everybody in chat and every guest that y'all have on, every panel that takes place. That's what it's all about. Everybody's going to learn something new, and you just put this puzzle together, and eventually we may get there, we may not, but we're getting somewhere.
See, I think what's really going on is Lori is really the teacher and she knows everything and she's easing us into it. It's like a little smoke screen.
No. She just was at my house for a week. No, that's a bunch of bullshit. No.
Okay.
She just came out with some profound stuff where I was sitting here. I was like, is that Lori? And then she says, and we all came in on the short bus.
Well, you know, I'm here to disrupt chat because if you think about it, Coley's is the only chat that I've ever been thrown out of. Okay, I was banned.
Oh no, God, somebody did on accident. That's right.
Yep.
Oh.
Well, he's smiling right now.
I came back with the wrench, didn't I?
Look at me.
Gary's smiling. I think he did it.
Yeah.
You know, he admitted that he did. He admitted that he did.
Who did it, Gary?
Gary
We're
said
blaming
he did.
Benno.
But
Oh
so
my
did
God.
everybody else. Everybody that night goes, I did it. And you know why? Because I was talking to Benno. I was having too much conversation with Benno in the chat. Yeah, got vote out.
That's not a such thing as too much conversation.
Never. No.
Hey, there's a
no.
question that just popped up by KH asking, has anyone seen a portal?
Yes.
I don't think I have.
I have not.
Yeah.
Not that I know of.
I've seen more than one.
So have you, how do you get a feeling, Gary, when you see them? Do you like shake and pee your pants, or do you embrace it, or I'm just asking.
This one, several people saw it, and myself and the landowner started walking towards it. It was huge. I mean, very huge. And we got about 30 yards from it, and we both stopped at the exact same minute, and we both said out loud, that's evil, and we just started backing off. We didn't even turn our backs on it. We just started backing off. And then the next day, it was gone.
Y'all, I've got to go.
Roger, thank you for
Roger,
coming on.
thank you, yes.
Hi, Roger. Thank you.
Y'all all welcome, and thank y'all very much. I absolutely enjoyed myself. But I have to run, and anybody reach out, and
I would love to book you for part 2 for even if
definitely
you came on my show. I would love it. I would absolutely love it.
Yeah, I'd love to have
thank you, Roger.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for the pecans.
And really
you're
quickly,
welcome.
Roger. Oh,
They were-
pecans.
But they were kind of toasty. How did they get like that?
I don't know.
Flamethrower
Flamethrower.
Lori.
Yeah.
Lori. She's probably got a magnifying glass out there. Real quick, Roger, let them know where they can find you.
Untold Radio Network on YouTube. Subscribe to that, and we have multiple shows. We're on Thursday night at 7 Central. Then also you can find, Spotify, iTunes, and all that. Just look for Squatchin Holler or Untold Radio Network. And we've got an old channel. If you look for Squatchin Holler, there's some interviews back then that were pretty decent back when I was learning. You can go check that out too. And just Thursday nights at 7.
Hang on just a minute, Roger. What you have not told anybody, I have bragged on you about it. Roger is now a very popular songwriter.
Give me about 3 minutes. I'll come back and stay another 5 hours. Hold on. I gotta go back there.
All right. He's really? Is he
Got a
sing?
pee.
Oh no, that's okay.
Why do you think I got up and shut off my video on mic a few minutes ago. I couldn't hold it no longer either.
Hey, Miss Harvey, welcome, welcome, welcome.
But no, Roger has got several songs out that he wrote that Eli Coulter, it's Eli something. I can't even think of his last. Is it Coulter?
Eli
Yes.
Coulter, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Eli Coulter is singing them and recording them.
Oh, how cool.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very good songs.
There's some country songs that make your toes curl and make you want to dance backwards. There's some
His first one and my favorite was about his permanent Valentine, his wife. And it is just go online and YouTube and look up Eli Coulter, and you'll see them there. Some of them Doug Highcheck helped him write, but they are very good songs. He is going to be a big time writer.
That's awesome. That's very cool. I love writing the music. I can't sing it to save my soul, but I love that creative outlet.
Well, he's got Eli Coulter singing his.
That's awesome. Congratulations on that, by the way, Roger.
You have to let him put his ears on.
Oh, yeah.
So this one time at band camp,
She's back
Oh.
on.
Y'all in trouble now. I got my second win.
did you wash your
Roger.
hands?
I wasn't going to, but I knew you were going to ask that, so I did.
All right, good man, yay!
Whatever
I
it
just tell
takes.
him about your music, Roger, about your songs.
Oh man. So I used to write a lot, and I wrote for a newspaper, a little local newspaper, and a little magazine. And I've always had ideas, and being close to Nashville, I know a lot of people that do this, and I've always attempted it, but never went anywhere with it. And so Doug Highcheck, we do the show on his channel. We've become great friends, and he's produced music, 30-something music videos and he's done music for, documentaries, movies, and all this. So he's done that too. And we were talking one day, and I don't know why you get that feeling, that gut feeling. I said, "Hey, look, I got something I wrote. Check it out." He said, "You did that?" I'm like, "Yeah." He said, "You do know I have a record label, right?" I'm like, "No."
That's
And
so cool.
but what I did, I had to up my game. I had to learn. I had to go in and study structure, syllable count, just all this thing, what 80% of the hits, how they're structured and all this. And so the actual writing the story is the easy part. It's just getting it into song,
Oh, yeah.
and different types of song. So it happened by accident, but after like the third one, because I used to do it for fun, Gary knows I wrote one for my wife for Valentine's Day, and it actually shocked me. It's like
It's beautiful.
and so Doug asked me, he's like, "Where did this line come from? Where did that idea come from?" I'm like, "Since I was a kid listening to the old people talk on the store porch. Well, where did this line come from? 1987, Tommy Blaylock. I asked him a question. He said this. It was funny. I remembered it. And sometimes he'll give me ideas. He'll say, "Hey, what about writing something like this?" But even in my writing stories, I like to start out one way, twist it, and end, a surprise, right? So I don't. Anyway, I'm long-winded, but I've had such a great time, and I do my writing, and I will use AI to make sure the syllables fit, because it never ends up like I send it, but I'm just making sure it's singable, right? And I'll send it to him, and he does his thing. It may be 2 or 3 weeks, it may be whatever, sometimes 2 months, and he'll say, hey, I got finished with this, it's ready, and he'll send it, and I'll just be like, oh my God. And sometimes the lyrics, he's like, are you we work well together. It's like, I'll tell him, hey, the 7th line, the 3rd line in the chorus, it's crap, I need help. And so we work together, no egos, and it turned into something more than I expected. And I don't know where it's going, but I'm finally getting this creative out of me. And if it ends today, it's fine. It's been a great experience. But I don't know. When people started telling me they liked them, I thought, well, they're friends. They're being nice. But then when people I didn't even know started sending me messages, I'm like, okay. And maybe, and one of them, what's funny, any of you that write, I'm assuming Coley writes some.
Yeah. Not as well as you do, I'm sure, but yeah,
just by your body language, I figured you write stuff. Like, he was like, I sent him this song, and he read it, and he said, this doesn't need any work. This is absolutely perfect. He said, where did this idea come from? I said, I was walking up the hall Saturday morning, and Heather smirked at me, and the idea for the song, the quiet part out loud, came up, and I started writing, and I didn't change a word. And it's all about her and how she communicates me without talking, and how I'm in tune with it now. So I know. So it just worked. And so I was proud of that one. You never know where the inspiration's coming from, but I'm talking like a songwriter. I'm not, y'all. I write short stories. Little short stories, and he puts them to music. So
that's my favorite song, and it is beautiful. He come out with it. Now here's the thing, it came out at Valentine's Day.
Oh
yeah, that was her that was her Valentine's. Cool. Yeah. And I don't know, y'all, it's just I have trouble taking compliments because I don't believe it myself. You know what I mean? But I really appreciate it.
Oh, that's hard. Yeah, you're so humble, Roger. But you really, yes, you should. You're amazing at what you do. You're doing amazing things, and you really are. I mean, that's awesome.
The only thing wrong with Roger is his Southern goodbyes.
The only thing wrong.
Yeah, that ain't the only thing wrong. That's the only thing you know about. But if anybody wants to check it out, it's Eli Coulter. You can go to YouTube, listen for free. I'm not making anything off of it. It's ELICOLTER. We've got several up right now. We got more in the works, and it's just, I play it sometimes, and I've started doing some other stuff on at Roger Holler, just for fun, because Doug, being a Northerner, when I put a word in there like holler or something like that, and he's like, I don't understand. I said, it's an attitude, and we're back and forth. So I'm doing my own thing just for fun, so I can get those attitude songs in there. You know what I mean? So,
like the one you did for Misty and the one you did for Wendell.
Some punches. Yeah, some punches in there.
Operation Save Wendell. That was hilarious. And it's like, you can listen, it sounds serious, and then we go in to save Wendell in this castle in the dungeon, but then you hear the line, there's Wendell missing one toe but still smiling, it's like
you've been windled. Is that
you've been windled?
Yeah, but it's just that's all in fun. And like Wendell, we pick with each other. The first time I ever saw Wendell, he was on the show. They had like 4 people watching. Long time. Yeah. And I was sitting there, and I'm like, who is this cat? He's smoking his cigarette, and you can't hardly see him. So he's telling the story, and he got to telling a ghost story. He said, yeah, what makes me mad, I come in here sometimes. He lives by himself. And back then, he said, I come in, and I smell a roast cooking, and there ain't nothing here. And I said, did you just say ghost roast? And and I thought, this guy might get mad. And he started laughing. So I told my son about it. He met Wendell, and he said, All I know is I better get some ghost beef sandwiches or I'm gonna be mad. But we pick with each other a lot. So,
And if you ever come to a meet and greet, you're going to get windled.
Oh Lord.
and he's the opposite of a photographer that knows good angles. He knows every bad angle, every bad lighting, he'll wait till a bug lands on your eyeball.
Yeah.
Damn
Hey,
it,
but
Wendell.
Wendell got Wendell this time at the LBL.
He did.
Yep.
Was he asleep? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I got him at Alabama last time. We're sitting right next to each other. I got my camera ready and stuck it up here like this and said, "Hey, Wendell." He turned around and I got him right there. He gets it every once in a while, but he gets all of us.
Well, he's so funny. Like he can take a joke, he can put it out, but he can take it. One time he did something to me, and I said, "Damn it, Wendell!" And he went and had hats made that said, "Damn it, Wendell." And then we was going to make him security, right, for the meet and greet. So I was writing up everything, and I said, "Yeah, Wendell has a fan belt in karate," and everybody was like, "It's stupid. It's stupid, but fun, right? It's all in fun."
That is
I
fun.
mean, that's the beauty part about this family, I want to call it. This is the way we treat each other. We tease each other, but we don't get mad about it. If they tease me, I tease right back. If I tease them, they tease right back. And that's why we get along so well. And like I've said earlier, even if we disagree with them, we just agree to disagree. We don't get mad about it. We don't come unglued and start screaming and hollering or get mad at somebody.
You know,
That's what makes it so special.
The only time I ever got a little mad at him, the reason I did was because it scared me so bad. And I told him, I said, you in line. I'm going to get you back when I do. It's going to be a good one. Me and this guy, after we caught the screams in Talladega National Forest, it got dark. So this guy was like, "Hey, let's sneak out there. And I got a 2200 lumen flashlight. Let's don't turn it on till we get back there and see if we can catch something in the field." He's like, "All right, let's go." And I'm not the bravest person in the world, but I mean, it's in the name of science, right? So I'm sneaking back there.
Famous last word.
Me and this guy sneaking back there, and I flipped that flashlight on, and Wendell has snuck up behind me and screams out, "Run, Roger!" I didn't know he was there. Oh my God!
What kind of words come out of your mouth?
I don't even want to know.
No, you don't know.
Oh, he laughed. He laughed, and I'm glad he got enjoyment out of it. But I about dropped dead on the spot right there.
But he got back too. I mean, like I said, we get back at each other, but it's all in fun, and it's all because we care about each other.
Yep.
The main point is we care about each other.
Yep.
When Wendell had to go to the hospital here a while back, every one of us was praying for him.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's just the way we are.
Yep.
And Roger's the same way. When Roger had to have his hip replaced, everybody was worried about him. Everybody was praying for him, even though we might not have contacted him.
Yep.
Like when I didn't contact him because I know he was getting messaged so much that it was driving him crazy. I sent one message and saying, "Praying for you, brother," or something like that.
Yep.
And that's the way we do each other. Erica and Blackie, Miss Verity,
Lori.
Sandy, Lori, when Lori was in the hospital. And just like now, Keith's wife's in the hospital. What, the first thing out tonight? I asked for prayers for him. That's why we are a family. That's why we can do this without having drama. 150 people at the last meet and greet, and 4 of them are sitting right here.
Yep.
And no drama. No, everything went great.
Wait a minute,
Oh,
Gary.
don't-
We had a lot of drama.
Lori,
We had a lot of drama in our camper.
Lori. Oh, I thought you was going to talk about my dog biting Wendell.
Oh,
No, I was talking about
no.
Gary saying we didn't have any drama, and I'm going, "Oh, but me and Cindy was in the camper with Gary, so there was plenty of drama."
yep.
Technically, technically he went to pet her and she was excited and she jumped up and he stuck his hand in her mouth is what happened.
Yeah.
And this is not, I rag on Wendell all the time. This is honest God's truth. His hand went in her mouth and it broke the skin, and my dog puked her guts up 3 times. She was sick the rest of the day.
But you know what I'm saying, though.
I know.
I mean, accidents happen like that, and
Yeah.
little things. And there was one person that got upset with me, which, oh well. But there was no serious drama. There was nothing done. Nobody got so upset that they left.
Gary, are one of those 2 people sitting here with us today?
No,
Okay.
no.
I'm picking.
Are you kidding? Cyndy would have been in trouble if she'd have tried to leave.
She's mouthing Martha.
Yeah. No,
She's got headphones
we
on.
get together. I mean, it's the same way when we in Alabama last time, Roger. You were there. No problems. We all got together and had a good time. And that's why we are such a big family. And that's why we can learn so much from each other, is because we care for each other.
Yeah. I mean, when people would leave and go, like we went to the cabin every night late, but we'd call and, hey, anybody need anything? I'm over here close to Dollar General or whatever. And everybody was doing that. Like, hey, y'all need anything? No, we're good. Thank you. But,
yeah, Roger brought me ice.
I told Heather, I said, grab a big bag of ice. She said, we're going to put it in the cooler. I said, no, Gary needs it. But see, that's the thing. I grew up as family. That's what we did. You know what I mean? It's like, if I have food in my refrigerator, you come to my house, you don't even have to ask me, your drink,
just
whatever.
get it.
Yeah. So, not everybody's like that. And in past relationships, like you just let them come in and what I said, what's mine's theirs. I mean, if somebody's hungry or thirsty or whatever, they're welcome to it. That's just the way my family grew up before I was born, really poor. And so the people that grow up like that share more than people that weren't.
Right.
I mean, it's just, and not everybody, I'm not going to make a blanket statement, but as a rule, that's, that's the way it is. But,
well, the point that I was making though, is that is why we can learn from each other.
Because I'm not scared to discuss things with Gary, because I know I'm not going to make him mad. I'll tell him the truth. I'm like, I don't understand that, Gary, or I don't. So he'll either leave me alone or try to explain it better or show me. And I love that being comfortable like that. He can do me the same way. So you're not going to hurt my feelings.
We're not going to get mad at each other if we disagree.
Right.
Like I've showed him several pictures that he couldn't see what was in it.
Yeah, and I told him.
And he would tell me he can't see it. And sometimes I'd point it out and he would see it. But other times he wouldn't see it. Same with him. He'd show me stuff and I wouldn't see nothing. But then all of a sudden I would see it.
Yeah.
You don't get mad at somebody just because you're different or just because you don't understand.
Right.
You work it out. And that's what's beauty about this whole thing is, like I said, we work it out without getting mad.
Well, here's the thing I've learned in my life. I'm 55. Good people attract good people, and honesty appreciates honest people.
Yeah.
So it's as simple. I think it's as simple as that. If I feel like I can tell you what I'm thinking, that's a level of trust right there that's pretty daggum rare nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
So true.
And we still got questions.
That's a good question. I don't know. I tell you what I did early on because of the questions like that. Sometimes you look at it and you're like, well, that opening, the ones I've seen couldn't get in that opening, right? So is it a nursery? Is it somewhere where they keep the little ones? So what I did, I started researching and looking around, and I found Primitive Camping Facebook page, and I was looking at some of their structures they built to stay out of sight and whatever. And to be honest, some of them look similar and some of them don't. So I've heard people tell me that they could be a place where the little ones stay while they go hunt or whatever, but I'm sure there's watchers watching out. But I don't know, but I'm trying to figure it out. You know, I haven't found anything, but I will tell you a story. There was one of my friends, he's gone now. He was one of the original frogmen in Vietnam, and he was a camouflage specialist, amongst other things. They turned into Navy SEALs later. And he taught me a lot of things about the woods and all that growing up. He didn't know my story about Bigfoot, and he hunted across the interstate on the other ridge as a crow flies a half a mile from where I saw mine. So he comes to me one day, and this guy loved to hunt. He would wear moccasins. He would make his own bow, his own arrows. You know, he would hunt with other stuff, but he liked a challenge. Well, he come up, he said, I got to ask you a question. He was being real quiet. He said, you know, over there on that ridge where I'm at, he said, I've got a homemade stick structure blind that I built. And he said, no, this is odd. He said, I was in there before daylight this weekend, and I had a backpack on. I was sitting my legs crossed, and I'm being quiet. I'm listening to everything. He said, I don't hear anything walk up. He said, but something reached through the back of that thing, through the sticks, grabbed my backpack. He was like 220, all muscle, pulled me back to the back of it and let me go, and then ran off, and it was big. And I was like, oh. I said, Max, I got to tell you something. And then I told him my story, and he's looking at me like, what in the world? He spent the rest, not every day, but he spent the rest of his life going and sitting his truck around trying to get a glimpse of these things. But what just occurred to me as we're talking about that, what did it look like to the Bigfoot if it was a Bigfoot? You know what I mean? He made this stick structure. Yeah. He made it around a tree. He made it where he could sit in it. So why did this thing, they want to stay hid. Why did this thing reach in and grab him and pull him backwards? Did he think that it was something somebody else?
A trap.
Right.
Maybe.
What? Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know why, but I remember him telling that story. And then some guys that hunted down the ridge, not far away, had a deer stolen from them, like within a year or two of that happening. And the one guy came back, and his buddy said he was white as a ghost, and he was sick to his stomach and almost puking. He saw that thing, but he never would. He was real self-conscious about his reputation. But Tony, his buddy, said he passed away. He said, Roger, I think he saw one of them, because I heard something trailing us out, and I saw something go behind a tree that was really big. And there's tons of these stories, y'all. I don't want to get off on that, but I hate to say I don't know, but I don't. But I'm trying to figure it out. And depending on where you are in the country or the world, they build out of different material, you know.
I've seen them. I've come across them before.
That's what I was fixing to say. Each clan and each territory, it means different things. The teepee might be a nursery for this family, but this family over here, it's a hunting blind. And this clan over here, it's just a place to get in and out of the weather and take a nap. So that it means different things to different clans, if you understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
And
there's no one specific use.
Right. The one thing that always gets me, Gary, though, is people show me something like that, and the first thing I look at is the opening. Yeah. And these things I've seen before ain't getting in there. They're not getting in there. So
I thought, if I reach my hand down in here, is it going to go somewhere? That's what I like. It was so bizarre when I saw it, and I've seen smaller ones, but then I've also seen bigger ones also.
Did you smell anything?
Like, yeah. And it would come and go, and it was very interesting.
Here's the thing about them now. You'll see a teepee structure with a little bitty opening. How are these great big old people getting inside that little bitty opening? But they do. The same way with going through brush and briars and jungle. They can go through where we wouldn't even begin to think we could get.
Mm-hmm.
But they get in them. That's what I said.
Why are they built? Some of them, they go down, like it's like going down lower. They start off big and they're going down lower.
Yeah. So I said it means different things. You cannot say, oh, it's a nursery. It might be, it might not be.
Right.
For my clan down here, it was a hunting blind. But for this clan over here, it was a nursery. They put their baby over, it's by a river. They put their baby in there when they're down at the river.
Gary, have you ever found an ambush point?
Yeah, I've had one right back here behind me.
We found a boneyard. We got called in. Long story short, the guy called us. He was a young guy. Something was following him out. It screamed. He fell down, covered his ears up, dropped his deer rifle. The other guy bent over and started projectile vomiting immediately. And so he knows my son, and he said, I need y'all to come look. So we went. We found a boneyard. We found like 3 hog skulls, 4 or 5 horses. It was just, I'm like, well, how many animals y'all have missing? So all we have is cows. Well, how long have y'all owned this place? 50 or 60 years. I'm like, you have pigs? No, you have. I'm like, why do you ask? I'm like, dude, those are hog skulls. And some of them had moths. You know, some of them been chewed on by squirrels and rats, whatever.
Yeah.
But anyway, we start down this trail next to the fence. And I'm leading down through there. I got my son in the back. He knows what to look for. And I see this monster oak tree. And it's about, I don't know, 5 foot from the fence, maybe 6 foot. And there, I noticed this tree break, and it's leaned over to where that trail's blocked, and it has to go around this tree. Yeah. And then when we get on the other side of the tree, you can walk back into the rocks right there and hide. And what they'll do a lot of times is what I've been told and taught. They'll get a spot like that, and they'll grab those deer, and always look for hair and blood, you know, like 6 or 7 feet up on the bark. Yeah. They'll use that tree. And yeah, when I've heard others, I can't get in, you know, I won't get into it, but they're so fast. I mean, anyway, but it's just,
I've heard that they're like, just their speed is incredible.
It's right here, back behind me back here. I've been on this place since 1971.
I was born that year. Dang, you've been there a while.
There was a place back here. I had a road behind the pond dam that went down alongside the woods, and I would plant winter wheat there for a hunting point, you know, feed ground. Well, they pushed over trees and hauled limbs in there and blocked that to where the deer and the hogs had to turn and go up into the woods right there. And there was a big tree, probably 18 inches in diameter, that was laid down right there. And you could see where the bark had just been wore completely off the top of it, because they would lay on the back side of that, and when the deer or the hogs walked by, they would reach over that tree and grab them. And then, like you said, they would slap them up inside a tree to put them out of their misery.
Yep.
And that was just right back here 4 years ago.
There's so much. It's like I tell people, y'all have heard me say this. People ask you, and they're serious, whatever. And I'm like, man, I can't have a 50-year conversation in 3 minutes. There's so much. So you just hit the high points a lot of times. And that's what I like about, you know, shows like this. We can talk about a little bit of everything.
Right.
With the Bigfoot stuff, we can dig into that, you know, UFOs. And I've just had a lot of fun. So, Lori.
Yeah.
What?
That's why I didn't want her sitting beside me. Goofball.
Amaya's got one too.
I gotta have fun.
That's the beauty, like I said earlier. The beauty part about this panel is because are y'all gonna make me get my Bigfoot out?
You can't even make this up.
Y'all should have seen us in the camper. Gary would want to go to bed around 9 o'clock, right? And we were tired. We'd go to the camper. And Gary would get up there on the top bunk and he would be like out. And me and Cyndy are over there. We got our headphones and our cell phones and we're having to like text crap. And she kept sending me this stuff that would make me laugh. And I was like, stop it. We're going to wake him up and he's going to be pissed off and he's going to throw us out of here. I swear, we were like little kids in there, just like irritating each other.
We love you,
Oh,
Gary.
I bet that's so much fun.
No, the only time it got me was when I ain't gonna say what Cyndy did.
Oh,
You don't have to. We know.
Hey, if a girl's got a fart, a girl's got a fart.
Hey, the way this trailer's made, the bunks are back here next to the restroom, and it's the air conditioner's up here over the queen size bed where Cindy's at, and the air is circulating right back to that top bunk. And I mean, it was so bad I about choked to death.
Sorry.
No, she's not.
I know.
It does not look a bit sorry.
Being
No
But-
remorse.
For the people that don't know, and some of y'all know and some of you don't, I've got to tell this. This is the kind of friend that Cyndy is. Cyndy lives in Missouri. She drove all the way down here to the central Oklahoma, picked me and my trailer up because my pickup was broke down, and then went, when we picked up Lori and went all the way to Kentucky, and then reversed that trip back. And then Cyndy went back to Missouri. That's the kind of friends that we have on here. That is the kind of people that love each other in this whole family. Not just Cyndy, but everybody. There's not a person in this extended family that won't drop everything and go help somebody that's in trouble. If Roger called me today, I would find a way to get to Tennessee to help him. Same with Coley,
Yep.
Miya, Lori, Cyndy. It don't matter. That is the kind of people that we have in this extended family.
Amen.
It'll cost you, though. It'll cost you.
It already
Lori
cost
just
Gary.
needs
It,
to
it
bring
all,
some along the way. You have to deal
No,
with
she
flamethrowers.
about choked. No, she about choked Gary to death. So it already cost her.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. When I heard you in the singing bowls, oh yeah, choked. I get it now.
Hey, I got in the truck, and not 5 seconds after being in the truck, Cindy's truck was infested with spiders. I kid you not. I swear.
Wait a minute.
Gary got hit by
that
one.
forever. Oh
I
my
planned
God.
it that way.
Did you say something about singing bowls?
Yeah.
Hey, Bounty,
Well, okay, there's a long
Hold on,
story here,
guys.
Roger.
Well,
hang on.
I stuck my arm into one in McMinnville and it lit me up. That's like the whole left side of my body. And I thought, well, maybe I should have asked that lady before I just stuck my hand in there.
Hang on, guys.
Well, Jane of Midwest Night Watchers, or Chiro Sound, is responsible for her little conjuring with her little bowl that conjured up these spiders, is what it was.
Hey,
Yeah.
hold up a minute. Bounty,
Okay.
you
What
keep
am I
coming
now?
in. If you keep coming in with us, Bounty, you'll be as close as we all are. So you just keep coming to all our shows and become part of our family.
That way we all have a place in a padded room together.
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yes.
And how
Everybody,
much
it's-
you yelled about.
In other words, Bounty, it's not just us up here on the camera that is the extended family. It's all the chat. There's Chad and Erica, Amy, Dwarf, Diane. We're all part of this family, not just the ones up here on camera. It's everybody.
Hey,
I just realized my chat hadn't moved in like 2 hours. The last time
they're all comatose.
he's naming all these people, and I'm like, are they in here? What?
Hey, Jay wants to know when we're going to do this again. We do it the second and fourth Mondays of every month. And every show is a bit different, but we still are a bunch of nut jobs.
Yeah. And we've got guests lined up all the way through November. Now on Tuesdays,
Hey.
I'm gonna go ahead and start plugging the shows. On Tuesdays, Coley and I co-host with Coley for Coley and Pop's Town Hall is the new name of it. Tomorrow night at 5 p.m. Central, we have Tennessee, Kentucky Bigfoot and his son coming on the show.
Yay.
And I'm working on getting somebody for the following Tuesday, but I haven't got anybody lined up yet. We may have Roger come back that night.
Oh, I would
Yeah.
love that. Yeah, Roger, you busy?
I too.
Yeah. You want to do that, Roger?
I'll be more
It's-
serious next time. What
No,
day is it?
don't be.
What,
Don't
No.
do that.
what night is it on?
Why?
It's the 16th at 5 or 6 Central, somewhere along in there.
What day of the week?
The 16th, the Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Yeah, a week from tomorrow.
That sounds doable.
All right, so there you go. Tomorrow's TKB, and then the next week's Roger.
Coley
and
can
then
bring all the
Coley's-
homework.
Yeah, Coley's got shows on all week long. You just
Hey, on
gotta
Tuesday, you don't. On
hit the
Tuesday, you don't
alarm
have
bell.
to sit by me.
Yeah, they won't let us come on Tuesday shows.
Yeah, we're not on Tuesday, so you don't have to sit by us.
We have to stay in our cages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Now I gotta explain this to you, Roger. Thursday night, Coley had a long show. She started early, but she had a long show, and towards the end of it, she said, "All right, where are we going now, Pops?" And the first words out of my mouth was Roger's show.
I thought,
Rogers.
listen, I saw y'all in there, but I've had to learn because my goofball friends like y'all will try to make me laugh, and I'll forget what I'm asking in the middle of it. I let Amanda, do the stuff, and every now and then I'll look over and I shouldn't have looked over there. But I do see y'all. Yeah, I appreciate
That
y'all
was
coming in.
fun. Yeah, your guest was great. I loved his energy. He had
Yep.
yeah, I love that.
Oh,
Well, you know me. I had 4, not counting Coley's. I had 4 other chats up that night.
I don't know.
And when
know
she
you
finished, I came on over to Rogers, and it just kept going until they were all gone.
That was
Yeah.
fun.
Amy said I dragged them all over the internet.
Yeah.
After you went off, we went to another show.
Wasn't I watching y'all one night about a week ago, and y'all hit 4 hours and it cut you off?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, oh yeah, that was oh my gosh, yeah. I forgot about
I-
that.
I didn't know
Yes.
there was a limit. I had Gary. How long was that show I did that time?
Well, now you did 6 hours, or well, no, it wasn't you. It was
On
That
my
was
you
radio-
did a
hours,
4
wasn't it?
you did a 4-hour show, but no, Online Cryptids did a 6-hour show,
yeah, we went.
but
6
they
hours
had to
tonight.
restart.
Oh,
They had to restart.
This let me. We went a little over 6 hours,
I
and
thought I have gone
it-
too.
it took me 3 days to get over that show.
Yeah,
It was
but
hard.
you had to
I
restart.
laughed. I
They
laughed.
make you restart it. 4 hours is the limit.
So they
I mean,
changed
it just-
time.
Yeah, we were just, the show was just going right on like everything should be, and then all of a sudden it was just boom, StreamYard shut down.
I
We
saw
got
that.
about 6 minutes then because we're our 3.
My anxiety's starting. I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. Maybe will
no.
it happen again? Should we end it before it happens? I don't know.
Yeah, they've changed it and made it a 4-hour limit now, I guess.
I don't know. We've done longer shows than that. I sat on one for about as long as Roger did, and I never
Or-
kicked this off. But
But it could have been the subject that night too. Remember who was on, Coley?
oh yeah, we had JT Truth Seeker on that night.
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been the subject that night. They
I've
shut us
noticed
down.
it with the subject. Yeah, it definitely. You can hit some murky waters. I don't know. Like but this time StreamYard, I don't think it's been as bad. It was. I don't know if it's maybe how much stuff I'm putting in there. I'm just too cluttered. I've tried though. I spent 12 hours trying to figure out another streaming service, and I was like, we're going back to StreamYard for at least another week. It was just
Say that.
Yeah.
Kumbo and Greg was
One of
that
the-
6-hour show.
One of the funniest things that happened, you know how you you try to avoid danger through your life, right? So I'll make it quick. Kumbo was showing us a pistol, and he was working with it, and he pointed it at the camera, and every one of us almost jumped under the table.
Yeah.
Looking right down the barrel, and I
Oh my gosh,
realized
that's funny.
I'm like, did I just do that? Stupid stuff.
You get so involved, you know. It's like I've been in conversations before. I'm like, I look at the time and I'm like, there's no way. There is no way
Yeah.
that I've been. But
Yeah, we're working on 4 hours right now.
Yep.
the countdown. Tick tock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We got less than-
think the Kumbo show didn't like Kumbo say he was going to go or something, and he went and ate and went to bed, got back up, and y'all were still on.
3
We're sitting
hours.
at 3 hours and 57 minutes right now.
He had to go eat and go to the bathroom, and we were still talking. And he came back and sat down, and he told me like a few days later, was on the phone with Greg and me and him 3-way call. He said, I don't know what happened the other night. He said, I went to get something to eat, go to the bathroom. I thought the show was over, and I ended up getting roped into 3 more hours. How did that happen?
Yeah.
I said, you sat back down and started talking. But it's
Well,
it was a show like this where we got into serious subjects, and we were just, you know, guy talk, and you know, and it was absolutely fun. But
Well, Roger, tell everybody again where we can find you before we get cut off, because we're sitting at 357.
right here, no, I'm kidding. Untold Radio Network, yeah, right here in this spot. Untold Radio Network on YouTube. Then you can subscribe to that, and then look for Squatchin Holler, and they've got, you know, Doug's got several shows, so you can get UFO and ghost and stuff like that. So.
And Maya Starfire's got her own channel. So Maya, tell us your channel.
Yeah, you can find me on YouTube at Miya StarFire and Facebook at Miya StarFire. And here on Monday nights on SNX with Coley usually, unless my life is turned upside down again.
You're okay, Maya. It's just good to
Okay.
have you back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back. And I want to, how is your mom doing, Maya?
Oh, she's doing better. She's back at home. We're working on a permanent residence for her.
Good deal.
Yeah. So
Prayers work.
yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you.
And everybody else, you can find us on Pop's panel every second and fourth Monday. And as I said a while ago, we've got great guests lined up all the way into November. And
Pop's
Cody's got shows on all week long. Just hit that alarm bell and make sure you're looking, because you never know when they're going to be on and when they're not. And then every Tuesday, we try to, on Tuesdays, it's Coley and I, and we set the time for our guests. So sometimes it's early, sometimes it's late. Tomorrow night, it's at 5 o'clock Central Time. And next week, Roger, will probably be about 5 or 6 Central Time too. But some
Okay,
people you have to come in later.
You got 15 seconds, Gary. Where can we find you?
Right here.
Yeah. 10 seconds. 9.
Yeah, we'll count it down.
Maybe it won't cut us off because we're not on that same subject it was.
3.
We were
Is there no music?